to the Jewish people. Shabbat Shalom. Oh, I love it. That's my security collection.
Testing, testing. All right. I think we're ready, Chris. All right, welcome back and good morning, everybody. I hope everybody slept well. I hope you had visions of Sophia. And today we are going to even get more intense. As Frank said in Donnie Darko, have you ever seen a portal? I hope you see some portals today. That's the goal. Open some portals, and the end of the portal is always the same. You're going to run into your higher self, your true self, and what your mission is on Earth. So we shall open some portals and continue to break down these false realities. So as always, it is an honor to have my friend and collaborator, Mitch Horowitz, with us. Sorry, Mitch, I had planned to have the solid gold dancers around you today, but they canceled for some reason, so you're going to have to do it on your own. But as Three Dog Night said, I must let the show go on. Yes, that's my goal. Obscure 70s and 80s music references. That's my goal, to keep us all grounded. But I'll have more announcements as the day goes. We got our social tonight. At noon, Maja will give us a Sophianic experience, and other news will be coming as the day goes. So yeah, sit back, enjoy yourself, and let's open some portals. So Mitch, welcome Mitch.
Thank you. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I wish I could have been here to see everybody's presentation yesterday, but my partner Jacqueline and I had a wedding to attend in upstate New York, and we were on a very beautiful, very muddy property, and then took an Uber to Albany, New York, and somehow made our connections to Chicago. So it's nothing short of miraculous that we were able to get here, and I'm very grateful to be here. I feel every time I visit this campus, every time this conference is on or other events are on, you can see that there is a reverberation from the original founding of Theosophy from 1875, the intention of which was to explore world metaphysical traditions without prejudice, without excessive categorization, and without barriers or boundaries. And already, just in the short time that we've all been here, I think we can see that playing out, and one can honor that founding intention of Theosophy, which has remained successful to this day. It's very meaningful for me to be able to speak to you this morning on the ideas of G.I. Gurdjieff, because I've never before given a public talk on the thought of Gurdjieff. I was part of a digital class that we did here at the Theosophical Society, and I think Stephen Pollack, who was also part of that class, is here. And I discussed Gurdjieff as one of 6 icons of esoterica, but I've never given a dedicated public talk on his ideas. And when Miguel approached me and told me about the theme of the conference, Sophia and living within a simulated world, I thought to myself, this would be a good time to talk about Gurdjieff's analysis of the human situation, because it comports with Gnosticism. It comports with, I think, the enduring human wish for gnosis, and it comports with the concerns of many everyday people who never even use terms like Gnosticism or Gnosis. Because I really do believe in my heart that one point of view that unites men and women all across our culture, and arguably all across the world, is this notion that we are living in some sort of an ersatz reality. This isn't the real thing. We don't feel like the selves that we present to the world and the experiences, the institutions that we function within are altogether the real thing. It seems like there's some other mechanics going on that can be profoundly confusing and confounding. And for some people, this discomfort, which I think is to be encouraged, this discomfort is sublimated by the social media experience where somebody announces some political position or some point of view, including sometimes a very tame position or a very tame point of view, as we were just talking about, and they are greeted with this vituperative, traducing and insulting and sarcastic language. And for many people, that, call it what you wish, that dopamine rush, Gurdjieff referred to it as experiencing enjoyment from impressions outside of ourselves, is sufficient. And they don't want to think about this discomfort. But lots of people do. And so much so that I think it has entered our popular culture, it has entered our entertainment, sometimes in ways that might not even be intentional. For example, I remember saying to my partner Jacqueline when we watched the Barbie movie, I felt the first 20 minutes of the Barbie movie was the greatest popularization of Gnosticism I'd ever seen. Everything is going just fine in Plastic Land, and then for whatever reason, the protagonist starts thinking about her own death, and everything starts unraveling. And what was remarkable to me about that movie is that it showed in China, it showed in Saudi Arabia, nations very different from ours, and you didn't see the Matrix in the Truman Show back in the day in China and Saudi, and people were able to relate to it. And you know, China is a society that's officially atheistic. You can't publish books there where you talk about soul or spirit. I know this from personal experience. My books have government censors came in and they took 40% out of one of my books in China. And Saudi, of course, has a very strict, very conservative religious environment. And yet people from both atheistic societies and from societies that are very dominated by conservative religious structures, they got it. They got it. Because if they didn't get it, they wouldn't have been attending the movie. There's a universal human feeling that something is not real. And the thing that I value very deeply about Gurdjieff's work is that he continually demands that the individual turn that gaze mercilessly upon him or herself. Because another aspect, I think, of our culture that puts us to sleep, and that Gurdjieff used to call our evil inner God of self-calming. One of the really corrupt aspects of human nature is that we seek to reassure ourselves. I seek to reassure myself, to calm myself down by pointing fingers outward. It's always somebody else. It's always, you know, these people or this person, or if only people could understand me, everything would be just fine. And Gurdjieff had a particular insistence that kind of self-calming, that looking for the problem somewhere else, was exactly the quality that put us to sleep to our nature. And in fact, Gurdjieff's analysis of the human situation, which is radical today as when he first brought it over 100 years ago, is that humanity is really, truly asleep. And that this is not metaphorical, that we are, yes, of course, we're animated. I tie my shoe, I will go get more coffee later, we'll hang out together tonight and talk. Sure, some of us will go to our jobs on Monday, whatever. Of course, we go through the paces of existence, but we are going through these paces in a state of literal sleep, somnambulance. I don't want to qualify that very much because I think that the danger also in approaching ideas like this is to always compare them to something else and say, oh, you know, it's like what Jung said, or it's like that. And Jacob Needleman, who died recently, who was a student of the Gurdjieff work, said to me once, it's not like anything. It's not like anything. And the notion of humanity's asleepness informs everything that we do, including the utter repetition of wars on this planet. Lessons are never learned. Lessons are never learned from humanity fighting wars. I recently wrote a new introduction to a novel that I'm sure many of you know, All Quiet on the Western Front, which is a blistering, heart-rending novel of the events of World War I. And we haven't learned a thing from it. I love the qualities of the book. I love the qualities that the author brought to the fore. The ethical content of the book is impeccable, but it does nothing. And we have to ask ourselves why? Why? Not because it's somebody else's fault, not because there's something wrong with somebody else. I want to very briefly try to encapsulate some of the cosmic view of Gurdjieff, much of which is explored in his book, Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson, sometimes also known as All and Everything, Part 1. And Gurdjieff once remarked that everything he said should be taken 7 different ways. So you might hear his cosmic philosophy and say to yourself, well, gee, is that metaphor? Is that literally true? Is that psychological? Is that spirit? You know, I don't know that you necessarily need to torment yourself with it, but I would take it as, I would take it on its own terms. You know, I would just simply take it on its own terms. The cosmic philosophy on which this book begins teaches that when our solar system was first taking shape in an evolutionary way, a comet struck the Earth, and this comet broke off 2 pieces. One piece, the larger one, is our moon, and the other piece, a smaller piece, is a kind of mystery planet called Anulios. And it's small, and it has eluded detection by humanity. You might venture a comparison between that idea and some of the ideas that you'll find in the work of Zecharia Sitchin, who talks about Nibiru, or what is sometimes called a planet X. I'm not saying they're the same thing. It's just an interesting adjacency. And so when this comet knocks these 2 pieces off Earth, there's trouble in the solar system, because these 2 pieces could go flying off out of their orbits, which are not yet settled, crash into other planets, maybe populated planets. There could be mass casualties. So the being keepers, more or less, of the galaxy, and within Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson, we humans live in a very populated universe, and we happen to be more or less on the shit end of the universe insofar as we are very, very distant from the great source of creation, what might be called nous in Hermeticism. Very, very distant. And so we're not in an advantageous position. And the beings who oversee the cosmic maintenance of this particular corner of the galaxy decide, well, look, the beings that are growing up on Earth, these humans, which Gurdjieff refers to as 3-brain beings, 3 brains because you have a physical center, you have an emotional center, you have an intellectual center, and all these things matter. So these 3-brain beings need to provide a kind of energy to these rogue bodies so that they don't go flying off and destroying things elsewhere in the galaxy. And there is a reciprocal maintenance that all beings have with the cosmos. And we humans, we 3-brain beings, have to provide a kind of vibration, a kind of energy that creates stability. Sometimes, in fact, probably most importantly, this vibration emerges from the experience of what Gurdjieff called a conscious suffering or conscious labors, that we owe debts, put it that way. We owe debts. We have everything that sustains life on this planet, and there is a requisite payback. And that requisite payback doesn't come in the form of conventional attitudes about service or this or that, which I think can be very easily perfumed and corrupted and almost always are. But it comes in the form of conscious labors and conscious suffering, an awareness that life is going to be a mixture of joy and tragedy. There are going to be events that greet us with relative euphoria, events that greet us with horror, and there is a job in acknowledging, sustaining, desisting from complaining, foolishness, evasion. I'm not doing I would say a full justice to the term of conscious labors and conscious suffering, but suffice to say that our capacity to abide suffering, among other things, helps create a kind of vibration or substance that provides stability. And it occurred to the maintenance keepers of this portion of the galaxy that if human beings became aware that their purpose, despite all the wars, the struggling, the drama, the tragedies, if human beings became aware that their purpose was to keep the moon in its orbit, they would be so filled with despair, it would be so insulting to the ego, the vanity, that they would kill themselves. So a decision was made to plant an organ at the base of our spine called Kunda buffer. And this organ had the capacity to keep us from seeing reality, keep us stuck in an illusory world. And that this organ, Kunda buffer, which is, Gurdjieff created his own language and vocabulary in Beelzebub's Tales, which is why some people consider the book unreadable. It is certainly not unreadable. As I often say, if you can go like that, you can read it. And in fact, Gurdjieff encouraged the reader to read the thing 3 times. And he invents his own vocabulary at many, many, many points in the book. Kunda buffer, I think we can reliably say, is a combination of kundalini and buffer. And among the other things that the properties of this organ do is they cause us to view life with buffers or bumpers. And I ask you to listen to this very, very, very carefully, because this is part of the crux of man's sleep. When an individual does something that he feels is contrary to his nature, like lies or steals or cheats or breaks his word or insults a friend or doesn't pay back a debt or whatever it is, we're often stuck wondering, how could he have done that? That's so hypocritical. That's such bullshit. It's so contrary to what, Mike says he's all about or whatever. There's an inability for us to receive impressions contrary to our perception of our own character. There's an inability, a literal inability, for us to receive impressions contrary to our own self-image, our own sense of self. It doesn't enter, It doesn't enter. If I'm sure you've all had this experience. Maybe you see someone do a heinous act, an unprovoked act of violence, or whatever it is. And maybe you go up to that person and you say, why did you just do that? You will never get an answer. That's sleep. You will never get an answer. You will get some bullshit adjacency. Well, it's 12 o'clock. And, no, I didn't ask you if it's 12 o'clock. I asked you why you smacked somebody over the head with a baseball bat, unprovoked. Well, why don't you ask him, No, I'm not talking about him. That's our sleep. And so these buffers, which again, I've done poor justice to, these buffers keep us from actually letting in impressions contrary to our self-love, the wrong kind of self-love, self-adulation. And so this organ is planted into human beings, us three-brained beings, and it keeps us from seeing reality. It makes us see reality upside down. It makes us receive pleasure from repeat impressions outside of ourselves. You know, we didn't have phrases back then like doom scrolling, but I think you know what's being said. One time in the work, a teacher of mine who's now deceased asked me to name the properties of the organ Kundabuffer, and as I sort of stumbled through naming them, I said, you know, and we human beings derive pleasure from complaining. And he said, only someone who really knows the work could make that kind of a mistake. That's a good mistake. It's not one of the properties, but as time passed, these breakaway bodies stabilized into their own orbit, and it was no longer necessary for the human race's existence to be dedicated to their maintenance. So these beings who engage in reciprocal maintenance with our solar system, they remove this organ. They remove this pernicious organ. But it turns out the effects of this organ had become crystallized in the individual. So even though the thing was removed, we're all still walking around in the same terrible state. And so the great being maintainers of the solar system, of the galaxy, sent teachers to help us out. Well, how did that work out? Buddha, Christ, some whose names we haven't heard, Ashiata Shamash, and other teachers who were supposed to help humanity straighten itself out. Well, they get killed, they get tormented. We hate them, you know. Do them in. What bullshit. Because the properties are so crystallized into our being that there is hatred, there is self-love of the wrong kind, there is, again, a tendency, in fact, a implacable quality that causes us to see reality upside down. And so stuck are we with this organ Kundabuffer that we have war after war, then we overpopulate, then we have war after war again. In fact, a friend of mine in the Gurdjieff work years ago said to me that you could see this book, Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson, All and Everything, as one great big parable against war. And I think that's true. And the view that Gurdjieff presents of humanity is a view that has no conventional hope. There is no conventional hope for fixing our situation. There is a possibility for the individual with a wish, with a particular deep, deep wish, a deeply sensitive, profoundly felt wish that there may be the possibility of seeing, there may be the possibility of self-observation, there may be the possibility of enduring one's contradictions, of feeling shame for my inability to act on my highest ideals, and not sublimating this shame through, again, what he called your evil inner God, and that is self-calming, self-calming. We don't necessarily want to get away from problems. We don't necessarily want to feel better, even though that's the urge. And of course, what do we do to feel better? You know, I reach for the weed, I reach for the beer, I reach for the phone. Hey, let's see, you know, what's up on Twitter, and does someone say something nice about me? I love him. Does something, you know, bad get said about me? I hate him. And these feelings, these rushes of life, they're very calming. They're very calming. It's exactly what we don't want. Exactly what we don't want. And there's a line in the Talmud, the Talmud is so hard to speak of it as a single work. I'm talking about thousands of rabbinic tracts where, a master will have dialogues with his students. And some of it, it must be said, is very doctrinal, very local. I don't think has broadly applicable concerns. And I would say that about the liturgical and theological literature of most religions. Most of them, really come down to a very, very small number of principles that we can define as universal, even though we can't do them. And then there's a lot of local concerns. But one of the statements I found in the Talmud that I think is universal is this. A master asks his students to name the signs of an evil man. And all the students have good answers. One might say a bad name, one might say a bad heart. And then a final student says, he who borrows and does not repay. And the master said, I approve of your words because everybody else's words are folded into yours. He who borrows and does not repay. What does that mean? What does that mean? There is this idea that we have to be cognizant of everything that has been given to us. And I think that one of the most pernicious things we do, and there is a self-calming element to it, as I was referencing earlier, is kind of an excessive complaining about just everyday things. And I do it constantly. And I think this complaining is intended to dilute our feelings of anger or frustration. It seems to me there's so much in the way of fear for our own survival, our own well-being, even though, look, there are very serious problems in life, and there are health problems, and there are financial problems, and there are relationship problems, but look, we have running water, we have air conditioning, we have electricity, there aren't bombs falling on us. Shame on me, a single day of my life that I complain because I didn't get, extra napkins at Au Bon Pain or something. But that's my life. And I grew up in a world, as I'm sure some of you did, where the topic of conversation was literally complaining all the time. I'm from Queens, so this is to be expected, but I'm sure many of you have had this experience. And another, I think, deeply pernicious aspect of our lives that kind of reinforces sleep is excessive talking. This unbearable quality in human nature that says we have to always be talking. So you stand in an elevator, and people can't even be silent to one another, just in an elevator ride. They're humming, they're fidgeting, they're complaining, they're remarking to you on the weather, and this, that, and the other thing. And Gurdjieff made the observation that when children are very, very young, we like to hear them talk because it's cute, So we bother the shit out of them to constantly be talking. And it creates these superfluous questions that do injustice to what a question really is. And this endless talking that we all engage in is a kind of waste activity that, again, keeps us asleep, keeps us from seeing, keeps us understanding. Anger and the misuses of anger, problem for me, is another aspect of this quality, this upside-down way of viewing the world. Sometimes people in the work, and I'm no longer in a group associated with the Gurdjieff work, but I was for about 8 years, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. People in the work would sometimes say very, very simple things. So simple that it's easy to look past them and say, I know that, I get that. But I don't know it, I don't get it. Because the profundity appears only in application, only in effort. And the effort will never be made. We all think, if I said to you today, you can save your soul by every time you reach for a doorknob, open with your left hand. No one will do it. No one will do it. Everybody will say, yeah, right on. And then we'll step out and, I'm using my left hand. And then you won't in 5 minutes. You won't do it. I won't do it. We won't do something even that small. It's a fact. And I remember one time when I was in a group associated with the work, we were at a cabin in the woods preparing some ornate meal. One of the wonderful aspects of the work that I feel I can share with you is that people, anybody who comes to any spiritual group or meeting, they're very accustomed. We're all accustomed to being the wise owl in our group, What does Sue think? What does Mike think? We're the ones who, we read and, we've seen The Truman Show 5 times and we go to conferences on the Theosophy campus and we know what the fuck we're talking about. And within the work, you might get put into a very, very unfamiliar situation like winter camping, awakened at 4 in the fucking morning to do some very, very disgusting task like clean a latrine. And yeah, you'll see in a real goddamn hurry how developed you are. May the word enlightened or awakened or realized never pass our lips, when you see yourself in that kind of a situation. But stuff has to be done sometimes in this world, and a little story. Actually, I remember one time we were on one of these retreats and there were children there, and for some reason the garbage wasn't getting picked up. So another guy and I had to bag all the trash in these industrial trash bags, and we had to, I'm not proud of this, but we had to go and illegally dump it in the dumpsters of private businesses in town. And anybody who's ever run a business knows, you see somebody using your dumpster, you're coming out there with an aluminum baseball bat, and it's not to practice your swing. And I was not very happy about this. And the dude I was doing it with, he was like, oh, gee, I'm running for town supervisor in my town. I hope I don't get in trouble for this. And I was like, Peter, there's nothing I can do, But there were children there, and it was a question of hygiene and sanitation, and we did it, But you learn to evaluate yourself, on a different scale, because, oh my God, if I hear anybody say non-attachment or non-identification or try to see the thoughts behind the thinker, it's like, oh, shut up, dude. Let's go into the woods and try to cook couscous at 3 in the afternoon in the bitter fucking cold, and see where the thoughts behind the thinker are there. But these were also some of the happiest experiences of my life, some of the truly happiest experiences of my life. Needleman said to me, the ideal work setting is one where you can't wait to get the hell out of there, but you also want it to stay for the rest of your life. And I know that experience. And but you can't stay. You can't stay. You have to go back into life, unless you're a monk or a yogi and you really do retreat from life, which is honorable. But if you're like me, you can't stay, And one time at this winter cabin, we were cooking and stuff, and there was an ice puddle that had formed outside the door of the kitchen. And every time somebody's trudging back in or out with a big pot of boiling water, I'm just like, oh, Jesus God, are they going to slip on that ice? And a friend of mine says, I am going to take a hatchet to that ice. And a very senior member of the work is walking in just at that moment. Her father, well, she knew Gurdjieff when she was a little girl, actually. And she said to him, anger solves nothing. And he and I both made eye contact, and we started cracking up, because he wasn't speaking out of anger. He was being very practical. If you smash up that ice, it'll be safer for people. But nonetheless, the statement was so valuable to me because it's so easy to look past. Of course, everyone in this room would agree. Anger solves nothing. We all agree. Every nation, every citizen, every soldier, every general agrees with that statement. And none of us abide it. None of us abide it. That anger solves nothing. To really try to live with that, what would it look like? What would it look like? It's so simple, right? It sounds like a refrigerator magnet. But it's not. It's truth. It's truth. And it's truth that we piss away because I tell myself, I get it. I don't find futility, in the system, in Gurdjieff's outlook. I don't find futility. Because again, one of these things he says, and it's so simple that we're led astray by its very simplicity, because it sounds so obvious and so familiar. But one of the things that Gurdjieff remarks, and he talks about this in a very challenging and very good essay called The Material Question, about dealing with money in the world, The Material Question, in a book that he wrote called Meetings with Remarkable Men, which is probably his best known book. And in The Material Question, he talks about how he and some of his students around the First World War were living in and around Moscow. And when the Bolshevik Revolution, or the Bolshevik Civil War, as it's probably more accurately put, broke out, it's not as if everybody was like, hey, this is great. There were a lot of people who were very unhappy, very nervous, very upset, and who were frankly going to be targeted because maybe they were business owners, maybe they were so-called white Russians, came from a little bit more of like an aristocratic lineage. And so Gurdjieff and his circle said, we got to get out of here. And they made a perilously dangerous journey across Eurasia. And some of them wound up in Constantinople, some of them wound up in Istanbul. It was just undergoing change, right? That's right. And some of them wound up in Paris, some in other areas. And so Gurdjieff assembled a group of students in Paris, and they were trying to start up an institute, and perennial problem, they needed money. And so he planned a trip here to America, the land of dollar business, as he called it. He loved America, but boy, I mean, he thought this was the weirdest manifestation of Kundabuffer that the world had ever yet witnessed. He gave that to America, and he said, land of dollar business, bravo America, we go there. Raise money. And so he got together a group of students. They were going to come here to the States to give talks and sacred dances, sacred movements that he taught, which you can see at the end of the movie version of Meetings with Remarkable Men. And one thing led to another, and he realized that so much money had been spent on this trip that they were absolutely destitute, and they had not a nickel to spare. And he said this was a profound crisis because there's simply no way 40 people can board a passenger ship, come to the United States, and not have one nickel to spare. There's going to be an emergency, somebody's going to get sick, somebody's going to lose something. It was a real crisis, and he didn't know what to do. And he said, I mean, here we were in between the wars in Paris. They're still recovering from the First World War. The economy is not great. He tried to earn money every way conceivable, and he kept hitting the wall, hitting the wall, hitting the wall. And he said, one day, I was sitting in my room, and I was pondering this, and I really felt that this was a disaster that could not be averted. I couldn't raise the money. We all did everything humanly possible, and I thought, this is it. We're going to cancel this trip, and this project is going to fail. And he said at that moment, his mother walked in the room. She had been with one of the groups of escapees from the Moscow area, and she and a group of people wound up in the Caucasus for a while, and through great effort and difficulty, he got her and this group into Paris. And he said that she walked into the room, and she handed him a handkerchief, and she said, listen, I am so tired of carrying this thing around with me. I don't want it anymore. Take it. I want to unburden myself. And he opened up the hanky, and inside was this very, very valuable brooch with a very, very valuable gemstone. And he had forgotten that he had given this to his mother before they went off on their trip across Eurasia, because maybe it could be used to bribe someone to buy food, to bribe a border guard or something. And he said he forgot all about it. He said, I long since thought the thing had been bartered away. And he wrote, I was so happy that I literally could have gotten up and danced for joy. We were saved. The whole thing we were saved. And he said, I did see something lawful behind it. And I ask that you listen to this very, very carefully. He said, I did see something lawful behind it. And his sentence structure is such that I won't even try to paraphrase or reconstruct it. It might be seen as very obtuse, and his obtuseness was purposeful because, again, he was trying to rouse us from the experience of just roteness. And so he communicated that the rescue that he and everyone else experienced, the financial rescue that they experienced at what really seemed to be the very precipice, was the lawful result of unflinching perseverance. That was his exact phrase, unflinching perseverance. And it's not just, oh, so we should try hard. No. No. He once said, only super efforts count. Only super efforts count. It's that unflinching determination to do something that brings to us some kind of reciprocal law. It seems to me that has an adjacency to the Talmudic passage I was referencing about the evil man being he who does not pay his debts. There is a debt for everything in life, a debt for everything in life. And it seems to me that what is being communicated is that there is a lawfulness to this. There's also accidents. Gurdjieff says a system, we all know that wonderful expression, there are no accidents. I'm not so sure. The founding of our planet in his cosmology is in a sense an accident. A comet strikes Earth, two pieces break off, one becomes the moon, one becomes Anulios, this unknown planet. We have to maintain the orbit of these things, and everything from there starts to really go downhill in a serious way. Well, that was an accident. That was an accident. So there are accidents in his system. So it's not as if, oh, I'll show unflinching perseverance. That means I'll absolutely recover from this disaster. Well, you sure as hell have a better chance, but there's still natural laws and forces that we have to live under, a vast, vast complexity of natural laws and forces. And we, three-brained beings, finding ourselves very distant from the center of creation, or what might be called nous in Hermeticism, the further you are from the center of creation, the more laws and forces you live under. And we live under a hell of a lot, a hell of a lot. But I don't want to leave the impression that there isn't something positive, that one can do within this framework of ideas. One of Gurdjieff's greatest students, P.D. Uspensky, eventually moved to the London area. And Uspensky was asked by a student to define a positive mental attitude. The 20th century was progressing, and we were men and women on the go, so we're ready to think and grow rich and be positive and so forth. So I'm surprised this happened in England and not in America. It must have been an American student visiting. But he asked Uspensky to talk about a positive mental attitude. And in essence, what Uspensky said was, a positive attitude, authentically defined, is not, hey, I'm a nice guy and I'm rosy and everything. It's viewing events based on their capacity for self-development. I'm paraphrasing, viewing events based on their capacity for self-development. That is an authentic positive attitude. And the idea being that something does come to the individual through these efforts. Again, simple things would get said sometimes in the work. The same woman who said anger solves nothing was in a group meeting, and there was a young man saying that he had been looking for a new apartment, and he had a real urgency to find an apartment. And he said, I looked, and everything went bust, and then eventually he found exactly what he needed. The price range, the geography, the look of the place. It was just what he wanted. And this teacher in the work said to him, it's interesting. I mean, sometimes, we look and we look and we look, and then we find just the thing we need. And that was it. That was all she said. And again, you could listen to that and be like, well, that's common sense, if there is such a thing, a term I also avoid using. I don't think there's anything like common sense. And it sounds so simple. You look and you look and you look, and then you find just what you need. But I believe that what she was saying was a variation on this idea of unflinching perseverance, and it brings something lawful to you. It brings something lawful to you. What if your unflinching perseverance is dedicated to making efforts at self-observation? Making efforts at self-observation. Anybody who knows a stitch of Gurdjieff's work knows that his prescribed method is self-remembering, being aware, almost like an arrow that goes in both directions at once. I'm picking up this cup and I'm aware of it. And try it. Try it. Is it possible? Once a teacher of mine in the work said, the problem with New Age books is that they actually make the work seem possible. We have to try it, see. And we won't try it. We won't. We'll forget because he's telling us the truth. I want to close with a passage from Beelzebub's Tales to his grandson. It's the very last lines of the book. And I think they should be taken in an absolutely literal way. I think they're written very literally. The protagonist in the book, Beelzebub, is one of these figures who helps to engage in reciprocal maintenance, being maintenance of the cosmos. And due to some disobedience, he's exiled to an outer sphere of the cosmos very close to our own. So he's in this kind of shitty corner of the universe with us, living under all these different laws and forces. And then eventually, over the course of the book, through his own efforts, he is granted a reprieve. And much of the book is his dialogues with his grandson, Hussein. And by the end of the book, Hussein says, look, you've been telling me the stories of these humans, these three-brained beings. And by the way, the notion that we're three-brained beings, physical, emotional, intellectual, Kundabuffer and our sleep also causes us to operate on all different tracks. So the intellect can't tell the body what to do, the body can't tell the emotions what to do. We say, I know that eating something or drinking something is bad for me, but it doesn't matter because the body wants it, so the body just takes it. I say anger. Anger solves nothing. Well, it doesn't matter. That's the intellect saying that. The emotions rush in and take what they want, which might be anger. So we're in these different pieces as well. If we weren't, these brains, these thinking centers, emotional centers, physical centers would be functioning harmoniously, but they are not. So anyway, Hussein says to him, look, grandfather, after all that you told me, is there any prospect, is there any possibility for these three-brain beings? And this is how the book concludes. Beelzebub speaks. The sole means now for the saving of the beings of the planet Earth would be to implant again into their presences a new organ, an organ like Kundabuffer, but this time of such properties that every one of these unfortunates during the process of existence should constantly sense and be cognizant of the inevitability of his own death, as well as of the death of everyone upon whom his eyes or attention rests. Only such a sensation and such a cognizance can now destroy the egoism completely crystallized in them that has swallowed up the whole of their essence, and also that tendency to hate others which flows from it. The tendency, namely, which engenders all those mutual relationships existing there, which serve as the chief cause of all their abnormalities, unbecoming to three-brained beings and maleficent for themselves and for the whole of the universe. So, one of the properties of the organ Kundabuffer is that it causes the individual to forget his or her own mortality. And it's kind of interesting, forgive the digression, but it's kind of interesting that Barbie's journey occurs when her own mortality dawns on her. And it's only perhaps very late in the game of life that we realize in a visceral sense, our mortality. And even then, so much comes to take, to self-calm us, to take us away from that perspective. But what the author is saying in the book and what the protagonist Beelzebub is saying in the book is that perhaps the last greatest hope for the human situation is for all of us not only to remember our own death, but to remember the impending death of everyone upon whom we set eyes, everyone upon whom we look. So I ask us, I ask myself not to it's not really about some artificial adoption of a self-denial. There's nothing like that in Gurdjieff's work. Like Madame Blavatsky, he smoked, he drank, he yelled at people. You know, he lived life. You know, he enjoyed life. There wasn't an ascetic quality exactly, but there was a quality in which the frictions of life, the problems in life, were not something that were to be escaped or run away from. They were opportunities for what Beelzebub calls being a parked log duty, which is to say conscious suffering, conscious labors, which maintains the cosmos, which is proper to an individual life, and as I see it, if I can put it in these terms, involves a continual and ever radiating awareness of the need to pay our debts. So I thank you all very much for this opportunity. I'm very grateful to speak to you about these ideas, and we have a few minutes. We have about 10 minutes or so. I would be very happy to take any questions or comments or observations.
You got it. Any questions? Kunda Bafa. It's not a Tuma, it's Kunda Bafa.
Well, thanks, Mitch. That was very enjoyable. You talked a lot about Gurdjieff's attitude toward money, and you did also allude to Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, which I know is a book that's influenced you a great deal. How do you relate those two approaches?
I appreciate that question enormously, because although I was referencing Think and Grow Rich in a slightly glib way, it's a central text in my life. I read the thing all the time. I'll probably read it again before this year is out. And it's a funny thing, isn't it? Because Napoleon Hill, fraud, you know, trickster, gauche title. Oh God, you know, all those dumb New Agers reading that book, and you know, there's Horowitz telling them they're doing the right thing. You know, it seems to me that speaking from Gurdjieff's perspective, the possession of resources in life is absolutely vital, absolutely vital. And I know there's one of Gurdjieff's books, it may be called Life is Real Only Then When I Am, where he wrote something that I first thought was very crass and I was very bothered by, and then it was only years later that I came to realize how right he was. He said that he had retired for the time being from some of his labors in Paris. He closed down his school there, the Prairie. The expense, the difficulties, the this, the that, the other thing made it necessary. And he needed to rest. He had been working on this book, and he said people would send him letters all the time asking him advice. And he said he would open up the letter, and if there was money inside, he'd respond to the recipient, and if there wasn't money inside, he'd throw the letter away. And I thought, that's so crass, that's so cruel. Wrong, wrong, wrong. The crassness and the cruelty comes from the person who doesn't respect the time of the individual whose advice they're asking. I'm blown away by this notion that people are confused as to whether, you know, somebody should charge for a conference on Gnosticism. Just give it away. You know, it's ridiculous. It's not how life functions. And it shows such a disrespect for the traditions that we say we care about. It shows such a disrespect. You know, you say the name of the Maharishi and everybody says, oh, that's the guy who charges $500 to get your mantra. Well, shit, I spend $500 on snacks, you know, at a boxing match. And I mean this. And people complain about that, of all things, like, there's the problem, you know. So Gurdjieff took very seriously the absolute need for resources and to not be embarrassed about it. And quite frankly, I find ideas in Hill's work that are so practical, are so good. He talks about an idea of sex transmutation, directing the sexual urge towards some maybe intellectual task. And so I think there's great value in the book. I think that it's one of the greatest titles of all time, although it has a P.T. Barnum quality to it. Some people think it's one of the worst titles of all time, but it certainly knows how to meet people where they live. I'm reminded of a story. There was a great teacher in the work, John Pentland, who was a direct student of Gurdjieff's, and his funeral was held in a Christian church, and a family member of his was saying to me that so-and-so was being invited up on the altar to read from Beelzebub's tales to his grandson, and there was this kind of shocked hush in the church. And my friend said, couldn't he have just called it all and everything? Does it have to, what's in a name? What's in a name? But anyway, I view the book, Think and Grow Rich, as effective. And that's why I read it, yeah. Anybody else? Yeah. Yes?
Can you talk a little bit more about the robots part of the book?
Yes, thank you. That was Miguel's. Miguel put in the word robot. It was a term that Gurdjieff probably had used, but more frequently he would speak of automaton.
I should have used Mr. Roboto.
Mr. Roboto? Was that? Oh, the sticks argument we're tabling.
It's going.
We're not mature enough for the sticks argument. And it's very interesting, this notion of being an automaton. It's so true. It's so true. Think of it. I remember once saying to somebody in the work, something happens to me, and I do one of like 20 responses, and it's horrible. It's horrible. That's my life. And I think of when I was a kid, I don't know if they still make these, but they used to make these pull-string dolls, and they would have 5 different expressions. My name is Talking Tina, and I'm going to kill you. That's the Twilight Zone. But I do believe that that's our human situation. I really, really do. And I appreciate that question. I really do. It's horrible. It's horrible. And the gravest difficulty is to see it in myself. I remember, and I'm sure we've all had these experiences, but again, the grave difficulty is seeing it in myself. I remember I was out to a meal with an elderly relative, and the food wasn't being served quickly enough, and so she made a remark, and I was so depressed because I thought to myself, oh my God, this person is well past 80, and I've been hearing this since I'm old enough to remember. And we are automatons. But the challenge, of course, is seeing that in me.
Yeah. All right. Domo arigato.
So I was wondering, the idea in Gurdjieff where we are supposedly anchoring these outer planets, is there a similarity in the work, or do you find that the people who are willing to do the work are anchoring kind of the rest of the population? I'm thinking of there's a Maori proverb from New Zealand that says there are 2 kinds of people in the world, those who are asleep and those who are awake. And then they have prophecy that says if enough people can hold a light, that we can interconnect and kind of maintain the planet. Is there any sort of something like that in the work?
I agree with that proverb. I think those of us who are asleep are in the vast, vast, vast majority. I think there is an ideal in the work that it's being done for the sake of the work, that it's being done for the sake of keeping that effort going. But there's also, as is taught in Gurdjieff's system, a descent of things. There are, and it's not negative, but there's the forces that compose life are active, passive, and reconciling. And it's not like one is better than the other. We're entrained to think active is better. It's not the case, but the work and all religions would have to be seen as a kind of passive descent of ideas. For example, as someone once put it to me, if there weren't a passive descent of ideas, there would be no Buddhism. We had Buddha, and then we had Buddhism, and so it's lawful. It's entirely necessary. So I think that there's a cognizance in the ideal that yes, the work is being perpetuated for the effort to be there. So that a person could find a copy of this book and read this book and do and attempt other things, but that the descent of the ideas, is also going on as well. Like there's probably some people who are going to see this talk, maybe it'll be up later on YouTube, and say, who's Horowitz to be discussing these ideas? Well, there's laws a hell of a lot bigger than whatever it is I get up in the morning wanting to attempt, that are behind that. So So I would say in the affirmative to your question, yes. I think that that ideal exists within the work, yes. You know. Chris?
I was struck by how similar this cosmology you discussed was to Velikovsky, and I was wondering whether there was any kind of contact or influence or anything of that nature.
I don't know that there was any direct contact, but certainly, I mean, he and Gurdjieff were rough contemporaries of one another. There was some overlap there. And I think that there is, you know, Gurdjieff is often called Greek Armenian. He's called Russian. Certainly, he spent a lot of his life within the sphere of Russia, leaving only when the revolution made it necessary. And I think there's a cosmism, you know, citing Velikovsky's philosophy, an attitude within modern Russian philosophy that there is scale. You know, we all occupy a place in these cosmos, and that it really matters. It's not just, oh, I happen to live in this rock that rotates the sun, but that there is scale, there is interconnection. And Velikovsky said, Earth is the cradle of humanity, but humanity cannot remain in the cradle forever. And so I suspect, and Gurdjieff probably drew upon many, many different sources for his ideas, and he was very secretive about it. He spoke of there being a brotherhood in Central Asia, maybe Afghanistan, where he learned some things. Some people speculate that was a Sufi brotherhood. Next thing you know, Gurdjieff is being called a Sufi. You know, he never identified himself as a Sufi, but I do believe he was drinking from a lot of different wells. And I believe, just as you had, you know, Blavatsky, Gurdjieff, you had a cosmic attitude. You know, in America, we have transcendentalism, let's say. And in Russia, they have cosmism. You know, the belief that there is a total interconnectedness in the cosmos, which I think probably is, you know, among the reasons why they beat us to space. You know, it's sort of a quotidian thing to say, but there it is, you know.
Can I ask just a follow-up? Real quick, I'm sorry. I was always just really curious about the connection with J.G. Bennett, and I really understood the lineage there. Could you just explain that real briefly?
Sure. Bennett was an Englishman who was a student of Gurdjieff's work, and Bennett, too, was a man who drank from many, many different wells. So he became involved with Idris Shah, who was the first person who started referencing Gurdjieff as a Sufi. And it may be true. It's not exactly. It's certainly something he never said. He said he was a Christian. But I think that the Bennett drank from many, many different wells, and it wove in and out of the cultures emergent from, I guess, this wave of spiritual search that followed first the death of Blavatsky, then the death of Gurdjieff. And I think he was a very great man who maintained relations with people in the work up until his death, but he was very determined to be an absolute free agent who went around in different spiritual communities and drank from their waters. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Naja?
Thank you so much for that talk, Mitch. That
Thank
was
you.
really a valuable perspective. And it brought up something that I think about a lot, and that I deal with a lot of human beings that have real problems, so that idea of pragmatism. But I was wondering what you would think about that kind of oppositional view where we're considered evil if we don't pay our debt, and that we have these debts to pay. But then there's this idea of ablution or mercy, and that Jesus, who we know that wasn't his name because of the letter J, but that was from yesterday, but that he was killed over usury debt, right?
Right.
And that was his whole beingness, was to project that I'm wiping out everyone's debt. And then we get these esoteric symbols of the scales, and you know that we see throughout ancient Egypt, and how there is no debt to pay if there's mercy and grace and forgiveness. I know that it's kind of like a squabbling point between Christians and Judaism. I don't think for a good reason, because of course of Yom Kippur, is like they have that idea of ablution as well, and you know, it's not an us versus them kind of thing. But I was wondering how that might play into that kind of pay your debts, or is ablution or forgiveness of debt something, I know it's like idealistic, because everyone wants forgiveness, but then when you have to forgive someone that owes you money, doing the thing is actually really difficult. So I was wondering what your thoughts are and how to balance that debt payment versus grace.
I think that with regard to, Gurdjieff did describe himself as a Christian, and he did at one point describe the work as esoteric Christianity, although a teacher said to me, he was addressing a Western audience, and if he was in India, he might have said it's esoteric Hinduism or esoteric Buddhism. He wasn't, creating teams, or anything. I think his view of forgiveness, was that we are so topsy-turvy, we are so upside down that we're not even at the point where we can exercise or engage in that. But I do remember that there was a teacher in the work who was very widely considered obnoxious and inappropriate. Very smart man, very capable man, but obnoxious. And he had been effectively kind of kicked out. And then a teacher of mine in the work invited him back in for a particular weekend, and I hated him. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? He's such an asshole. And yet a friend of mine in the work, older guy, older than me, said, look, of my teacher, he said, I'll never forget these words, and I don't mind speaking them, because I think they should be spoken. He said, John does not crucify people. John does not crucify people. Yeah. I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. Yeah, one more question. I think, was the camera Heidi in the chat had a good question about, did Gurdjieff have a Sophia figure? But is there any other questions? And we can get back. Okay. Did Gurdjieff have a Sophia figure, a divine feminine in his life?
He did say of Madame Blavatsky, he said, she was almost right. She was almost right, which from Gurdjieff is high praise. And then there was another story.
It's better, men are never right.
Miguel's going to insult a different group with each no. And just another quickie that I'll end on. Ouspensky was living in London towards the end of his life, and there was a lady in New York who owned a famous bookstore, now closed, called the Gotham Book Mart, and she sent Ouspensky a copy of Volume 1 of Henry Steele Olcott's memoirs, Old Diary Leaves, and Ouspensky sent it back to her, and he said, thank you very much. I already got a copy of this book. I read it, and to me, it is the most interesting book in the world, because whatever people can say, Olcott did not lie. And that was his judgment on the book. I haven't exactly answered the question. Did he have a Sophia figure? I think that I never heard him precisely speak in those terms, but I know that he was deeply venerative of all religions, and he profoundly encouraged that, and he meant it, and on that, he and Madame Blavatsky would have been in complete harmony.
Great. Well, thank you, Mitch, and again, for the panel, more questions if you want.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you, man.
All right, we will start in a couple minutes for the next one. 5 minutes, guys.
What's the name of the lady wearing all the blue? I forget it. Yesterday she was in pink. She's just blind.
M-A-J-A.
they can hear me either.
No, you're not on either.
No, that's great. They can't hear either one of us.
Are we there? We are there. How about you?
I thought the archons were trying to silence our Gnostic voices there, bro.
Always the archons. Always the archons. I think yours isn't working, though.
I don't think it is either.
No, his isn't working, Chris. Purple.
I only don the purple for these occasions, Miguel. You should feel honored, man.
Can you guys hear Stephen?
Testing. Groovy.
All right, well, let's get started. It is always amazing to have Stephen Snider here. Beyond a friend, he's an amazing researcher. I put him at the levels of others like Chris and Whitney Webb, and of course, always good to give a shout out and an honoring for Tracy Twyman. So you are in good company, Stephen, and we're glad you're doing what you're doing to pull the veil back when it comes to alternative history and parapolitics. So please welcome Stephen.
Thank everybody very much. Before I get rolling here, I would just like to thank Miguel very much for having me here, and Ivan as well for all the hard work that they do. It is a pleasure to do these conferences. I've often said of all the things that we have lost in the last 30 or 40 years, the most traumatic has been community. So I think that it is important that we do these kinds of things. And even though he's not here at present, I do want to go ahead and thank one of my two main mentors, Christopher Knowles, for all the inspiration and help he has given me over the course of my life. And I would also like to thank my best friend and my other mentor, who will be watching this at some point. Hopefully, I will make you proud, or at least not embarrass you too much. So, all right. Our themes for this conference are Sophia and simulated realities. So I was actually gravitating towards the former, as I've been deeply involved in studying America's very own Sophia avatar, namely Columbia, for several years now. But as fate would have it, a series of events during the past few months led me to opt for the latter, simulated realities. At least roughly speaking. More accurately, this is an examination of a little acknowledged artistic and cultural movement and the implications it has for the nature of reality itself. And what's more, it's the most personal thing that I've really tried to do for something like this. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to turn out. So, I had a dream. You see, my presentation has its origins in a series of recurring dreams that I've been having for roughly 15 years now. The general structure of the dream is fairly self-same. It always starts with me arriving at the top of a mountain in my native West Virginia. I always associated the mountain with Sugar Grove, which was partly due to my fascination with the place due to its connection to remote viewing. So for those of you unfamiliar with the spot, this is an NSA listening post that's plugged into Echelon. So one of the most famous remote viewing experiments involved the legendary Pat Price, where he successfully described this highly classified location in those good old pre-Google Earth days. For reasons you'll soon understand, the notion of this being a highly classified facility of some kind made a certain kind of sense to me. Bizarrely, the mountaintop in my dreams looks uncannily like the top of the mountain that my cabin resides at the base of, which is that. But I didn't buy that cabin until 2016, well after I'd started having these dreams. Anyway, there's a hatch a la the show Lost atop this mountain in my dreams. So I opened the hatch and I climbed down a ladder into a vast subterranean space. The mountain is hollow and filled with an endless megalithic structure. It seems to go on for miles into the mountain in the heart of the earth itself. Lighting is dim, but I'm able to see. The structure is ancient despite having not been maintained for years, and it shows few signs of returning to the earth. There is a staircase near the entrance, and I begin my descent. The stairs seem to go on forever. They're harsh, rusted metal grafted into the rock. My footsteps echo throughout the chamber. It feels as though I've entered a cold, dead alien world. As I descend further and further, the stairs give way to seemingly endless hallways, often in the form of colonnades. Row after row of columns stretch for miles with nothing but vast, empty darkness beyond them. Eventually, they open to a vast chamber. It's filled with enormous mechanical devices. The machinery is corroded to an extreme degree, making it impossible to discern details. The machines rise for hundreds of feet within the cavern like skyscrapers. I wander among these megaliths until I finally come to more stairs. I descend again for what seems like an eternity before another series of hallways and more caverns and more machines as rusted, as dead as the other ones. More stairs, more hallways, more corridors, more caverns, and more machines. It's literally endless. Nor does it feel like I'm alone. Don't misunderstand me. Surely everything in this place is dead, save for myself. But whatever built it remains. A dark, ominous presence that can be felt in every inch of this place. I feel as though I've been watched since entering. At times during my descent, I'm so overwhelmed with terror from the presence that I can't even move. But I never find anything living in this place. I'm in the labyrinth, but a special kind of labyrinth. And it goes beyond its minotaur of the ether. My mentor calls this an oubliette. I think that's a tribute to Jim Henson's David Bowie starring Labyrinth. The famous M.C. Escher-inspired ending with the impossible staircase is eerily similar to my dream, and it would be easy to dismiss it as a subconscious manifestation of this film. But I saw Labyrinth as a child. In fact, I never saw the whole movie until a few months ago. The earliest I can remember even trying to watch it was 2012, well after I had started having these dreams. And I had actually never made it to the ending of Labyrinth until a couple of months ago. But to return to the notion of the oubliette. Why the name? Well, to paraphrase Hogel in the film, an oubliette is a place to put people to forget about them. The word oubliette is based on a French word meaning to forget. So it's my contention that the place I've dreamt of is somewhere humanity is supposed to forget, not unlike the nameless builders themselves. But some of us still dream of this place. And as incredible as it may seem, the more I've researched this subject, the more I've found that this place has been represented in a wide variety of culture for centuries now. Labyrinth and Escher are just the most well-known representations. So consider the Argentine author Jorge Luis Borges. Borges was a pioneer of what is now known as magical realism. So roughly speaking, Borges and other such writers have brought magic and myth into the modern world via a very casual way. Borges' obsession with mythology, and especially labyrinths, is well known. As with the film Labyrinth, I was unfamiliar with Borges' writings until recently. I'd heard about him, but it was only in the last couple of months again that I really sat down and read any of the short stories. And again, you can imagine my surprise when I found the following paragraphs in one of his most well-known shorts, which also involves a labyrinth. It's called The Immortals. Borges captured the sense of this place far better than I ever could. So he wrote, quote, "I have said that the city was builded on a stone plateau. That plateau, with its perpetuous sides, was as difficult to scale as the walls. In vain did my weary feet walk around it. The black foundation revealed not the slightest irregularity, and the invariance of the walls prescribed even a single door. The force of the day drove me to seek refuge in a cavern. Towards the rear there was a pit, and out of the pit, out of the gloom below, rose a ladder. I descended the ladder and made my way through the chaos of squalid galleries to a vast, indistinct circular chamber. 9 doors opened into the cellar-like place, and 8 led to a maze that returned deceitfully to the same chamber. The 9th led through a maze to a second circular chamber identical to the first. I'm not certain how many chambers there were. My misery and anxiety multiplied them. The silence was hostile and virtually perfect. Aside from a subterranean wind whose cause I never discovered within those deep webs of stone, there was no sound. Even the thin streams of iron-colored water that trickled through the crevices of the stone was noiseless. Horribly, I grew used to that dubious world. It began to seem incredible that anything could exist save 9-doored cellars and long, forking subterranean corridors. I know not how long I wandered under the earth. I do know that from the time to time, a confused dream of home, it conflated the horrendous village of the barbarians and the city of my birth among the clusters of grapes. I emerged into a kind of small plaza. A courtyard might better describe it. It was surrounded by a single building of irregular angles and varying heights. It was to the heterogeneous buildings that many of the cupolas and columns belonged. More than any other feature of that incredible monument, I was arrested by great antiquity of the construction. I felt that it had existed before humankind, before the world itself. Its patent antiquity, though somehow terrible to the eyes, seemed to accord with the labor of the immortal artificers. Cautiously at first, with indifference as time went on, desperately towards the end, I wandered the staircases and inlaid floors of the labyrinthine palace. I discovered afterwards the width and height of the treads of the staircases was not constant. It was this that explained the extraordinary weariness I felt. The palace is the work of the gods, was my first thought. I explored the uninhabited spaces and corrected myself. The gods who built this place have died. Then I reflected upon the peculiarities and told myself, the gods that built this place were mad. I said this, I know, in a tone of incomprehensible reproof that verged upon remorse, with more intellectual horror than sensory fear. The impression of great antiquity was joined by others, the impression of endlessness, the sensation of oppressiveness and horror, the sensation of complex irrationality. I had made my way through a dark maze, but it was the bright city of the immortals that terrified and repelled me. A maze is a house built purposely to confuse men. Its architecture, prodigal and symmetric, is made to serve the purpose. In the palace that I imperfectly explored, the architecture had no purpose. There were corridors that led nowhere, unreachably high windows, grandly dramatic doors that opened onto monk-like cells of empty shafts, incredible upside-down staircases with upside-down treads and balustrades. Other staircases clinging airily to the sides of a monumental wall petered out after 2 or 3 landings in the high gloom of the cupolas, arriving nowhere. I cannot say whether these are literal examples I have given. I do know that for many years they plagued my troubled dreams. I can no longer know whether any given feature is a faithful transcription of reality or one of the shapes unleashed by my nights. The city, I thought, is so horrible that its mere existence, the mere fact of it having endured, even in the middle of a secret desert, pollutes the past and the future and somehow compromises the stars. So long as the city endures, no one in the world can ever be happy or courageous. I do not want to describe it, a chaos of heterogeneous words, the body of a tiger, or a bull pollinating with teeth, organs, and heads monstrously yoked together, each hating each other. Those might perhaps approximate it. So as you can see, this is the reason why I write nonfiction and not fiction. Voorhees definitely trumps me on that end. Anyway, for those of you unfamiliar with this story, the Roman soldier named it's based around a Roman soldier named Marcus Flaminius Rufus. So in Thebes, he's told of a fabulous city of the immortals and sets out on a quest to find it, and upon achieving his objective, he inadvertently becomes immortal himself. I mean, who doesn't want to become inadvertently immortal, right? Sometimes around the 10th century, though, Marcus finally leaves the city after he's become bored to death and is spurred on to a new quest, to find a river that will grant him death. Nearly 1,000 years later, he finally reaches that goal, dying in 1929. So the story strongly implies that Marcus became a mythological figure and a storyteller in his own right over the course of his life, and quite fitting with how much we're going to be dealing with myth in this. So anyway, this was hardly the first description I would encounter of the Oubliette in the works of fiction as I started to read more and more on this subject. But before further analyzing what this place could mean, I would like to illustrate how much it has haunted the imagination of the Western world for roughly the time of the Enlightenment to present. As far as I'm aware, the first artist to really capture the Oubliette was Giovanni Battista Piranesi. Born in Venice in 1720, Piranesi developed an interest in architecture from a young age. His uncle was a successful architect in Venice whom Piranesi apprenticed under. In 1740, Piranesi was given the opportunity to work as a draftsman in Rome for Marco Foscania, the Venetian ambassador to the Pope and the future Doge of Venice. Piranesi returned to Venice in 1743 and remained there until 1747. And he returned to Rome the following year, where he gained fame for a series of sketches he continued to build upon until nearly the time of his death in 1778. He dubbed them the Views. They were highly detailed sketches of the famous ruins throughout Rome. Piranesi not only captured their deprecation, but also the grinding poverty of Rome in the mid-18th century. Despite his rather unflattering depictions of Rome, Piranesi received several papal commissions, and his most famous was the restoration of the Church of the Santa Maria del Provoso in the Villa of the Knights of Malta in 1764. In 1767, he was made a Knight of the Golden Spur, even. For our purposes here, what concerns us are a series of engravings Piranesi began in 1745 that he called imaginary prisons. The sketches were inspired by a bout of malaria Piranesi had in 1742 while still living in Rome. It killed thousands of Italians each summer until the mid-20th century. Symptoms include high fever, chills, and pounding headaches. So, delirious with fever, his life possibly in the balance, Piranesi began having a series of hallucinations of what he referred to as prisons. But the word prison seems rather quaint for what Piranesi summoned up from his imagination. Piranesi published the first series in 1750. There were 14 etchings then, and Piranesi reworked these etchings over the next several years and re-released them in 1761 as a series of 16. Despite the massive scale of the images depicted, Piranesi managed to capture the claustrophobic and suffocating nature of the Oubliette in a way that few before or since have ever managed. Piranesi did not invent optical illusions. The Greeks had managed that nearly 2,000 years before Piranesi was born. Nor was he the first artist of his era to use them. But in the 18th century, when there was formal foundation for optical illusions and their forms, Piranesi was throwing down dozens per etchings. He employed everything from radical perspective, false vanishing points, exaggerated foreshortening and crop framing, and impossible structures. To call these works forward-looking would be an understatement. Both then and now, they appear as artifacts from some lost and possibly ancient civilization. The clicker will work? Yes, all right. Naturally, the etchings tanked commercially when they were released, nor did they fare much better during the reissue. But they've proven to be profoundly influential. It would be impossible to imagine actually, I think I got the wrong slide there. Romanticism, and especially surrealism, without them. Much of M.C. Escher's work has been a direct continuation of Piranesi's vision, which I'll have more to say on in a moment. But the Gothic novel would be almost impossible to imagine without Piranesi. Ominous, often supernatural encounters on winding staircases and glooming castles are a staple of the genre. The modern horror genre grew out of this tradition, particularly the subgenre involving haunted houses. Things eventually came full circle when the ultimate post-horror novel restored Piranesi's nightmarish vision to its full glory. But we'll have more to say on that in a little bit. For now, the importance of Piranesi to literature cannot be overstated. He captivated the French poet Théophile Gautier, who longed to see Hamlet performed in one of Piranesi's prisons. Even more smitten was Victor Hugo, the very definition of a French romantic. Hugo referred to the prisons as the, quote, horrifying babbles Piranesi dreamed of. Marquette Junger has argued in Piranesi's prisons, Hugo, quote, recognized his own penchant for the superhuman and the mysterious. But it was in England and not France that Piranesi's vision took the firmest roots. William Bedford's Vathek, published in 1782, used Piranesi's prisons as a model for the vast halls depicted in this work. Elsewhere, Horace Walpole put Piranesi's vision to work in the castle of Otranto. This work is considered to be both the first Gothic novel and arguably the first contemporary haunted house story as well. It's also interesting to note that Walpole was a one-time member of Sir Francis Dashwood's infamous Hellfire Club. In fact, Walpole was later to become a whistleblower of sorts, and his accounts of Dashwood's order are some of the only reliable first-hand accounts that have been left to posterity. Now we get to De Quincey. He was probably the most notorious of the Romantic and Gothic writers. Thomas De Quincey actually visited Piranesi's shop in Rome some years after the artist's death. During one such visit with none other than Samuel Taylor Coleridge, so you can probably assume they had some really good laudanum with them when they came there, De Quincey made a startling discovery. In his classic Confessions of an English Opium Eater, De Quincey described the scene thusly, quote, "Many years ago, when I was looking over Piranesi's Antiques of Rome, Mr. Coleridge, who was standing by, described to me a set of plates by the artist called His Dreams, which recorded the scenery of his own visions during the delirium of a fever. Some of them, I describe only from memory of Mr. Coleridge's account, represented vast Gothic halls, on the floor of which stood all sorts of engines and machinery, wheels, cables, pulleys, levers, catapults, etc., expressive of enormous power put forth and resistance overcome. Creeping along the sides of the wall, you perceived a staircase, and upon it, groping his way upwards, was Piranesi himself. Follow the stairs a little further, and you perceive it come to a sudden and abrupt termination without any balustrade, and allowing no steps onward to him who had reached the extreme except the depths below. Whatever is to become of poor Piranesi, you suppose, at least that his labors must in some way terminate here. But raise your eyes and behold a second flight of stairs, still higher, on which again Piranesi is perceived, but this time standing on the very brink of the abyss. Again elevate your eye, and still more aerial flights of stairs is beheld, and again it is poor Piranesi busy on aspiring labors and so on, until the unfinished stairs and Piranesi both are lost in the upper gloom of the hall. With some power of endless growth and self-reproduction did my architecture proceed in dreams. In the early stages of my malady, the splendors of my dreams were indeed chiefly architectural, and I beheld such pomp of cities and palaces as was never yet beheld by the waking eyes unless in the clouds. In effect, De Quincey came to believe that Piranesi had the same visions as he did during his laudanum-fueled dreams. It's possible Coleridge had seen the staircases and the vast vaults in his own visions as well. Nor were these the only folks to encounter Piranesi's staircases in an altered state of consciousness. While journeying to Bonn by train, William Beckford had a near out-of-body experience while gazing at mountains. Beckford seems to have slipped into a hypnotic state and imagined the irregular mountains to have morphed into one of Piranesi's prisons before his eyes. Elsewhere, Théophile Gautier had similar visions to De Quincey from hallucinations that he experienced while riding the dragon. As he recorded in The Club of Assassins, Gautier witnessed an endless abyss. He described it thusly: its ends were drowned in gloom and seemed to penetrate the gulfs of heaven and hell. Looking up, I could barely see, in frightening perspective, an endless succession of landings and flights to be ascended, as if to reach the summit of the Tower of Lilac. Looking down, I saw abysses of staircases, whirlpools of spirals, feigning fits of circumvulsions. I had a similar reaction the first time I saw Piranesi's prints several years ago. Much like De Quincey, I was bowled over by the realization that I was not the first person to have such dreams. Nor had I had these dreams while under the influence of opium or malaria. But dreams did start coming roughly a decade after I'd become a heavy pot smoker and a semi-regular psychonaut. So, for whatever reason, these particular dreams seem most common in people who have experienced other forms of altered consciousness throughout their life. Interestingly, Borges supposedly based his Kingdom of the Immortals on De Quincey and his obsession with those staircases. Borges was also familiar with Piranesi's etchings, but admitted that he met Piranesi through Thomas De Quincey. As such, De Quincey's interpretation of Piranesi weighed heavily on Borges' view of the artist. But Borges was never far from the source. He kept prints of Piranesi's etchings on both his apartment and his office in Buenos Aires. He also included a character clearly based on Piranesi in his short story, The Flowering of an Art. Other works, such as The Circular Ruins and Displays, also display clear influences of Piranesi and De Quincey. Okay. Here you go, Mitch.
All right.
It's not just in literature and celebrated works of art that the Oubliette influence can be discerned. Some of the most striking manifestations have appeared in what would generally be considered low culture. I want to briefly address two of my favorite instances. So we'll start with the Great Blue Oyster Cult. A big part of the band's mystique can be traced back to the artwork of their first two albums, the 1972 Self-Titled, which is that one, and the 1973 Tyranny and Mutations record. The creative force behind these covers was a former architecture student named Bill Golick. Golick also devised the group's famous logo and came up with the title of the second album. While largely forgotten now, he was instrumental in creating the group's early occulted image. Golick supposedly studied at Rhode Island School of Design before transferring to Stony Brook University. It was there that he first encountered good old Sandy Pearlman, BOC's manager, producer, songwriter, and pretty much everything else. Pearlman claimed that he first encountered Golick in the Doors when he unfurled a massive scroll with architectural designs upon it. Golick's scrolls are the stuff of legend among BOC fans. Pearlman described them as being so long that they could be laid out over the length of an entire building. And they were almost completely covered with strange designs and landscapes. Of Golick, Pearlman said he was sort of like Albert Speer of H. Quad Block at Stony Brook. You know, Speer was commissioned by Hitler to design all of future Europe. Bill Golick was designing all of future America, although he was not being commissioned by Hitler or anyone else. Maybe he should have been commissioned by Hitler, though. I don't know. The title of Tyranny and Mutations was supposedly inspired by how Gallic worked. He locked himself in his studio in the middle of winter without any heat and little food. He would work under these conditions for weeks, producing his scrolls of artworks and designs. Gallic eventually ended up working as a taxi driver in New York City. The band totally lost contact with him by the mid-1960s, but Perlman speculated that the Travis Bickle character in Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver was based on Gallic. Whether Gallic was familiar with Giovanni Battista Piranesi or even M.C. Escher is unknown. Not much, if anything, is actually known about his influences. But his cover art, and especially for the self-titled, strongly hints at Piranesi's prisons. It seems to display an endless subterranean city etched into an alien planet. And Gallic seems to have come about this vision via debasement of the senses, in this case, extreme cold and malnutrition. Another instance of the oubliette in low culture resides in the second Hellraiser film and other installments in the franchise using its own vision of the labyrinth. So the brain trust behind Hellbound, the second Hellraiser movie, was Clive Barker, along with director Tony Randall and screenwriter Peter Atkins. And in this case, the influence of M.C. Escher in Hellbound's Labyrinth has been openly acknowledged. The mythology of the Hellraiser franchise became quite confused as the series progressed, to put it mildly. So I'm mostly going to disregard the latter films and focus on the early conception of the Cenobites and their universe. As originally imagined by Barker, the Cenobites were extra-dimensional beings that existed outside of time and space. Their world, later depicted as a simple version of the Christian hell in the following sequels, resided in another dimension originally. The world took on the form of an endless, monstrous labyrinth. The creator of this world is a being known as Leviathan, the lord of the labyrinth. It only existed as a symmetrical diamond-shaped object that hovers over the city that it created. So Hellbound's Labyrinth also lacked Piranesi's staircases, but it featured variations on his machinery. Indeed, it's implied that Leviathan creates the Cenobites via these devices. The villainous Dr. Shinard is transformed by one such machine into a challenger of the original Cenobites, and a deadly one at that, if you've seen the movie. Following the first two films, the franchise went in a progressively different direction, abandoning the early mythology. But it was expanded upon in various comic miniseries that began appearing in 1989, and quite a few of these stories drew inspiration from Clive Barker's own writings, which gives us further insight into the original conception of the labyrinth for Hellraiser. In this mythology, the labyrinth and Leviathan existed long before life itself. During this time, Leviathan ruled over the labyrinth in perfect order and dark harmony. But then life and the world we know were created. It was chaotic and overwhelming, and threatened to disrupt the order of the labyrinth. Leviathan fought back by reaching out to the inhabitants of the world of flesh. It entered into dreams of early humanity. There it implanted images of machines through the language of logic and science. This has essentially led to the creation of war within our world. Humanity followed these dreams and developed the tools of war. So this very much echoes the various traditions of fallen angels, which I'm sure this audience is well aware of. As time went on, as Leviathan's urging, cities of concrete and steel began to populate the earth. Humanity abandoned rich, fertile pastures for concrete jungles, and they resembled the labyrinth more and more with their twisting, winding streets. The Cenobites were eventually created to directly spread this gospel. In 2024, I find this mythology shockingly prophetic. We'll return to some of the concepts raised by the second Hellraiser film and its acolytes in a little while. Some may object to the inclusion of Gallic and Hellbound in this discussion, as the labyrinths of both largely lack Piranesi's haunting staircases. And this is true enough, but both those visions lean heavily on colonnades, which I personally believe are another hallmark. And Hellbound's labyrinth also features variations on the fantastic machines that are so crucial to Piranesi's vision and commonly ignored in other representations. Hellbound's labyrinth existing as another dimension and one that is accessible to humanity in various states of altered consciousness will become quite relevant as we continue this inquiry. With that said, I want to return to literature now for just a second. What Borges and De Quincey present us with the most striking classical literary depictions of the oubliette, I would now like to consider two contemporary works. The first was published just a couple of years ago, and it's fittingly titled Piranesi. The author is Susanna Clarke, who only managed one other novel in her entire life, as well as a collection of short stories. As for the earlier novel, it was the award-winning Jonathan Strange and Mr. Noriel. So for those of you unfamiliar with Jonathan Strange, it's a very Borges-like work. It's written in a Fox academic format with footnotes, while the actual writing style carefully mimics the Victorian giants like Arthur Conan Doyle, Charles Dickens, and Jane Austen. But the plot is even more Borges-like. It's an alternative history set in the Napoleonic era. The twist is that magic is considered to be real in the world, but a practice that has fallen out of favor in recent centuries. So as the book opens, magic is only studied and not practiced by academics. But then comes Mr. Noriel and Jonathan Strange, who revive the practice and become among the most prominent men of their era. It's clear to me that Clarke has researched various esoteric traditions quite heavily with this novel. It's loaded with references from everything to talking statues, fairy realms, ceremonial magic, and of course, Venice. In my own research, I found that Venice is a crucial node from the magical practices of antiquity to their modern manifestations. Thus, I'm not entirely surprised she named her follow-up novel after a Venetian with one of the most peculiar visions to come out of the modern era. In the novel Piranesi, the Oubliette is depicted as another world that humans can enter by reducing their consciousness to a primordial state. Often this is accomplished through ceremonial magic and/or drugs. During the late 1970s, a controversial British professor develops a cult among his students to reach this forgotten realm. They succeed and enter into a world taken straight from Piranesi's imagination. It's a vast, endless house with 3 levels and staircases galore connecting them. The house is practically a living machine, reorganizing its structure at designated times like a clock. Those who become lost in the oubliette gradually forget their past and who they are. This is what happens to the book's protagonist, who is nicknamed Piranesi. He is a journalist who is unwittingly brought to the oubliette and left there. Gradually, he forgets everything about the world he came from, including his identity. Clarke's depiction of the oubliette as a real realm that can be entered via altered states of consciousness is especially interesting for our purposes here. At a minimum, she seems to have realized the visions of Piranesi and his followers were heavily influenced by dreams and hallucinations. And these states, people feel as though they venture to an actual place and not just some aspect of their psyche. Okay. With that in mind, let us consider the second instance of contemporary literature where the oubliette is well represented. I first encountered Mark Danielewski's House of Leaves not long after it was published in 2000. It was my first exposure to what we would now think of as immersive art and transmedia. And indeed, Leaves can be seen as the final salvo from the Wild West days of immersive art in the 90s before it was completely corporatized in the noughts. Modern immersive art arguably began in the late 1980s with the launch of Ong's Hat. So for those of you unaware, this is generally considered to be the first alternate reality game, or ARG as they're commonly known. But while virtually all ARGs can be classified as immersive art, not all immersive art use the ARG format. Regardless, the novelty of both forms came from the blending of reality and fiction and the real-world interactions required in these forms. What's more, ARGs and immersive experiences both employ the techniques of transmedia. What this means is that the narrative frequently plays out in different mediums in both the real and the digital world. Ong's Hat laid the foundation for this via its early use of the Usenet. Joseph Matheny, the primary creative figure behind Ong's Hat, posted material related to the ARG on the old Whole Earth catalog message board and like environments, in addition to creating physical materials like zines and photocopied newsletters. This forced some type of action or interaction on the part of the player to seek out the various Ong's Hat's materials and then discern the narrative through the fragmented parts that they possessed. Ong's Hat launched around 1988, and by the early 90s, Matheny had upped the ante in terms of the use of conspiracy theories. The Montauk mythos of Peter Moon was incorporated wholesale into Ong's Hat and vice versa. Matheny would continue to mine conspiracy tropes for future ARGs. Circa 2010, he launched an ARG based on Murray Terry's interpretation of the Son of Sam cults. And interestingly, this is actually one of the first times the smiley face killers were linked to the Son of Sam cults. A lot of people don't know that connection actually started with an alternate reality game. Anyway, while Ong's Hat was playing out during the 1990s, another early piece of immersive art was brought to us by the legendary rock outfit Pink Floyd. In 1994, the band released what is likely their last true studio album, Division Bell. And no, I do not count The Endless River. launched a massive world tour to support it. As the tour unfolded, a series of enigmatic messages started appearing on Pink Floyd Usenet's groups. A poster using the handle Publius published a series of posts implying that there was a deeper hidden message in the Division Bell album. And Publius encountered the community to solve the mystery and offered rewards to fans who could do so. Many Floyd fans doubted the legitimacy of this, but during a concert on July 18, 1994, the words Enigma Publius were spelled out in lights. Enigma later appeared in a light show during a concert in London, while further clues seemed to appear in official Pink Floyd artwork. Publius's final post came in 1997, in which he claimed someone had solved the mystery. But to this day, no one is sure if this was an official Publius post or another LARPer. One final early piece of immersive art that warrants mention here is the Blair Witch Project. This was the first major film to use found footage, which was crucial in allowing the movie to blur the lines between fiction and reality. But it was really the marketing campaign that took things to the next level. So while nominally a movie, the original Blair Witch was very much a transmedia effort where it originally debuted. The film's official website was launched over a year before the film was released. It featured everything from Fox police reports and newsreel-style interviews about the missing students. And as the release date approached in July 1999, a tie-in book entitled The Blair Witch Project, a dossier, appeared pushing the true story angle. And then, of course, there was the great mockumentary that aired on the Sci-Fi Channel that further attempted to blur the lines between fiction and reality. Went hand in hand with the alien autopsy footage, too. There's no question Blair Witch had a tremendous influence in the marketing strategy employed by House of Leaves. And indeed, the book was frequently likened to the film, which became a bona fide pop culture staple. But House of Leaves arguably went beyond any of these previous works, with the possible exception of Ong's Hat. Parts of the book were published digitally prior to its release. It also had an early website, while the forums of Daniel Lusky's official website have continued to simulate discussion on the book. The novel frequently incorporates real figures and uses them as characters in it, such as Stanley Kubrick and Hunter S. Thompson. It also thrives on adapting techniques used in cinema and the web to the printed word. And finally, there's the crossover between the novel and the album Haunted, which was released by Daniel Lusky's sister using the name Poe. Daniel Lusky also appears on the album and reading passages from the book, no less. And of course, Poe's songs are referenced throughout his novel. One other crucial influence on Leaves that we've already touched upon is the Argentine writer Jorge Luis Borges. So again, I've already talked about this a bit, but Borges frequently wrote in a Fox academic style. He often incorporated himself as a character in his books and his friends and everything else in that matter. So what's more, there were also, Borges also frequently structured his, as I said, his short stories like academic essays, and he was especially adept at writing literary essays that were based on fictional books that he constructed in his mind. So as such, a lot of people believe that the Zampino character is explicitly based on Borges and House of Leaves. Zampino, like Borges, was mostly blind by the end of his life. Obviously, Homer and John Milton fall into this category as well, but Zampino was also the same age as Borges, i.e. his 80s, and what's more, Leaves clearly borrows heavily both in terms of structure and its themes from Borges. So as I just noted, Borges frequently structured his short stories like academic works, and this is a technique that is borrowed from Leaves, and labyrinths are every bit as much of a preoccupation with Leaves as they are in Borges' fiction. Borges' stories were often based on fictitious books, as I had just mentioned, and Leaves centers around a fictitious movie and a book. So to get back to Leaves' labyrinth here, as you may have guessed, it's a particular labyrinth, what I've been calling an oubliette throughout this presentation. So for those of you unfamiliar with the novel, it features two distinct but interrelated narratives. The first involves a manuscript written by the Zampino character in an academic fashion. It concerns a non-existent documentary called the Navidson Report. The second narrative is the first-person account of a 20-something living in LA during the 1990s called Johnny Tourant. Johnny acquires the Zampino manuscript after the writer dies, and he works on editing it, and as he works on editing it, his life slowly unravels. Johnny's descent into madness is narrated in the book's endless footnotes. So to return to the first narrative, which is the Navidson Report and the account of it. This is the saga of the Navidson family after they move into a mysterious house in Royal, Virginia. One day, Will Navidson and his wife, Karen, realize a door has suddenly appeared on the second floor of the house that wasn't there before. They open it and discover a hallway that seems endless. Navidson, who is a photojournalist based on Kevin Carter, films himself walking the length of the hallway. It goes on for 5.5 minutes. At the end of the hallway is a staircase. Navidson quickly realizes this is physically impossible. While the house is quite large, there is no way it could support such a passage. And the more he and his friends explore the staircase, the more they find it stretches downward for an eternity, or so it seems. Professional explorers are brought in, they spend days and then weeks beyond the original door. They encounter a seemingly endless series of stairs and hallways. Odd noises start occurring. Eventually, the characters conclude that this is the sound of the house rearranging itself. In a sense, Leibs brings Piranesi full circle. As was previously noted, his prison etchings proved to be enormously influential in Gothic fiction. And of course, a staple of Gothic horror again is the haunted house story. And with Leibs, Danielewski gives us the Moby Dick of haunted house stories. And at the forefront are Piranesi's endless, inhuman staircases. When Will Navidson finally braves the staircases for one final encounter with the house, the entire world slowly disappears before his eyes, until he is the only thing left along with the staircases. And finally, even the staircases and Will himself are gone. There are several hints throughout the book, beginning with the variation on the symbol of chaos, a pointed star that appears on the novel's cover, that this book is in fact a magical working. Think Grant Morrison's The Invisibles, the graphic novel whose author described as a hypersigil. In theory, the reader is affected by this work by simply reading the series. I suspect Danielewski intended something similar with Leibs. As was previously noted, it was published in 2000 just as The Invisibles was finishing its run. Given the milieu that spawned Leibs, I would be surprised if Danielewski was not aware of Morrison during this era. So suffice to say, Leibs is known for the lasting effect that it has on readers. I felt very much like I was changed by reading it, and others I've discussed the novel with have reported similar feelings to me. And obviously, if there was something that subconsciously planted the seeds of the Oubliette in my mind, it would surely be this. I've opted to dwell on the techniques employed by Leibs in regard to immersive art, transmedia, and chaos magic for a reason. It's important to understand what a salvo against consensus reality this novel constitutes. This is a work, in my estimation, that is going for the jugular. The use of Piranesi's staircases and the potent symbolism behind them is one of Danielewski's most subtle and effective techniques. And I, in turn, wonder how much of Danielewski's intention was fueled by the symbols he surrounded himself with while writing this book. But enough said on Leibs for now. Before getting into the really woo-woo stuff, I want to consider some psychological interpretations of the Oubliette. But before getting even to that, Piranesi's remarkable influence on the development of psychoanalysis must be noted, or perhaps more precisely, Thomas de Quincey's interpretation of Piranesi. From the beginning, de Quincey referred to Piranesi's etchings as dreams rather than prisons or even hallucinations, and he applied Piranesi's vision to his own subconscious. De Quincey may have been the first person to even use the term subconscious, at least in print, when he employed it in an 1834 essay. In a very real sense, Thomas de Quincey was among the first to engage in modern-day dream interpretation, and as a window into his own addiction to opium, no less. And beyond Thomas de Quincey, Piranesi's etchings have been viewed as a window into the unconscious, and not just of their creator, but of the audience as well. People who view the etchings are often transported to a place that is highly emotional or intensely private. Marquette Younger noted that the etchings shared distinct characteristics of a dream state, most notably, quote, the negation of time, incoherence of space, suggested levitation. In a sense, then, the etchings have become a kind of Rorschach test for the viewer of them. Both de Quincey and Piranesi, to say nothing of de Quincey's interpretation of Piranesi, would prove to be highly influential in the development of psychoanalysis. The influence of de Quincey on Freud, especially as it concerns the notions of dreams as a window into the subconscious, has been much remarked upon. Freud also latched onto the notion of staircases, ladders, and stairs being a powerful symbol of the unconscious. And naturally, he thought they were symbolic of sex, because of course he did. Interestingly, Jung never had much to say about Piranesi, but his acolytes certainly did. In some Jungian interpretations, Piranesi's staircases became a symbol of the soul as it descends into the prisons of the mind. Piranesi's vision thus became identified with the collective unconscious itself. So with this in mind, it's hardly surprising that works influenced by Piranesi are ripe with psychological implications. For instance, House of Leaves is often described as an allegory for mental illness. A popular theory about the book's meaning is that the various narratives are all written by the same woman who's suffering from mental illness following the death of her baby. The various narratives represent her attempt at coping with the grief while bearing the memory of her child. Thus, the Oubliette of Leaves becomes a metaphor for the human mind beset with mental illness. It is constructed to contain the Minotaur, the dark secret at the heart of the labyrinth. Interestingly, the second Hellraiser film takes a similar approach. Part of it is set in a mental asylum, and the human mind is explicitly linked to the labyrinth. This is quite fitting, as in the original cosmology, the puzzle box and the labyrinth it leads to can be seen as a reflection of the perverse desires of those who solve the box. The Minotaur is again the darkness that the mind itself cannot fully acknowledge. In the case of Piranesi and De Quincey, the oubliette of endless staircases has been likened to the imagination itself. Both men traverse these hellish landscapes and merge with the kind of inspiration that would fuel artistic and intellectual movements for centuries. Navigating these infernal planes can be seen then as a metaphor for the creative process. In pulling concepts of the subconscious into a realized piece of art, the creator must make their own descent into the underworld. And presumably it is one marked by endless staircases. No one seems to have put much thought into what Bill Golick's Labyrinth means, probably for the sake of their own sanity. So in that spirit, I'm just going to pass over Golick. As for Voorhees, much ink has been spilled on the meaning of his labyrinths and his stories. And indeed, it's perilous to generalize about a unifying theme concerning the symbol in Voorhees' fiction. But if a choice must be made, I think reality itself is what a Voorhees labyrinth often symbolizes. As was previously noted, Voorhees' stories were often structured like academic essays, complete with footnotes, and he often inserted himself, friends, and historic figures as characters. In doing this, Voorhees immediately forces his readers to question the nature of reality itself. Even though the stories are fictitious, we're left to wonder how much it has a basis in reality. After all, there is much truth, both historical or otherwise, in Voorhees' fiction. In the case of one of the most famous short stories, The Garden of Forking Paths, the nature of reality is directly challenged. So for those of you unfamiliar with this story, it deals with multiple intersecting realities. The Garden of Forking Paths is literally the choices each one of us makes throughout our lives, which leads us in one direction in the proverbial labyrinth of life. But in another universe, another version of ourselves made a slightly different choice and ended up in a totally different path. And there are infinite versions of each and every one of us for every choice that we made at a crucial juncture in our lives. As such, Voorhees' fiction has increasingly been likened to quantum mechanics. In the complex view of reality Voorhees embraces, we see echoes of the string theory and the many worlds hypothesis, among others. And when we step back and look at the scientific implications of Voorhees and the tremendous influence that Piranesi and De Quincey had on him, we start getting into some truly incredible implications. And we start getting into the really woo-woo aspects now. More so than drug-induced visions, anyway. I now want to return to another figure mentioned at the onset, the legendary Dutch artist M.C. Escher. No one has done more to further Piranesi's vision than Escher. Escher lived from 1902 to 1972. He has a reputation for creating some of the most intellectually stimulating drawings of the 20th century. Escher often employed paradox, illusion, and/or double meaning in his works. What's more, Escher's works were often based upon mathematical principles of symmetry or pattern. And unsurprisingly, mathematicians were among his most passionate admirers. And that brings us to one of the most incredible instances of synchronicity to touch the worlds of art and mathematics in the 20th century. In 1960, Escher unveiled his latest work, a piece called Ascending and Descending. This is one of the most famous instances of Escher's staircases. And it was also, unbeknownst to Escher, one of the greatest artistic renderings of an impossible staircase. The Swedish artist Oscar Reuterswärd was the first person to depict an impossible staircase in art. Reuterswärd was inspired by Mozart's method of composition, which has been described as creative automatism. that each creative ideal the composer wrote down inspired another and another, Riotsvard began drawing a series of impossible objects in what he described as a, quote, unconscious, automatic way while traveling to Paris. So on this state, he managed a sketch of an impossible staircase, and this would have been in 1950. Meanwhile, Lionel Penrose, the British geneticist, psychiatrist, and mathematician, and his son Roger, who is another prestigious mathematician, were also imagining staircases. Building upon their earliest conception of an impossible triangle, the Penroses envisioned stairs making 4 90-degree turns as they ascend and descend. This creates a continuous loop in which a person could ascend and descend forever, never getting higher or lower than when they started. This is obviously impossible in Eleusinian geometry, but theoretically it is possible in Neo geometry and other forms of non-Eleusinian geometry. The Penroses were already big fans of Escher, who had yet to discover the impossible staircase. Lionel Penrose discovered Escher in 1954 while attending the International Congress of Mathematicians. Penrose was immediately spellbound by Escher's work and began conceiving of his own impossible objects. This led to the first accounts of impossible staircases by the Penroses in 1958 and 1959. Interestingly, the publication that housed the earliest Penrose musings on these stairs was the British Journal of Psychology. The Penroses were not sure where to publish their creations, and they finally decided that this was actually a psychological subject. Escher discovered their conception of impossible staircases not long after and completed Ascending and Descending in 1960. In the following year, he produced Waterfall, an even more striking instance of impossible stairs. But while the Penroses undeniably influenced Escher's notions of impossible stairs, the artist was already toying with staircases when the Penroses first began publishing on the matter. Thus, we have 4 separate individuals beginning to conceive of the stairs in the span of about a decade, and with very limited interaction among each other, with the exception of the Penroses. Indeed, Escher was unaware of Riotsvard until the Swede contacted him, and Roger Penrose was supposedly unaware of Riotsvard until 1984. But this is not the strangest thing about Escher's artwork. That honor belongs to the later linkage of Escher's art to the notion of the strange loop. This connection was first made by computer scientist Douglas Hofstadter in his 1979 work, Gödel, Escher, Bach, An Eternal Golden Braid. Hofstadter is the major proponent of the strange loop theory, so we'll go with his definition here. In his 2007 work, I Am a Strange Loop, he stated, quote, "And yet when I say strange loop, I have something else in mind, a less concrete, more elusive notion. What I mean by strange loop is, here goes a first stab anyway, not a physical circuit, but an abstract loop in which the series of stages that constitute the cycling around, there is a shift from one level of abstraction or structure to another, which feels like an upward movement in a hierarchy, and yet somehow the successive upward shift turns out to give rise to a closed cycle. That is, despite one's sense of departing even further from one's origin, one ends up to one shock exactly where one started. In short, a strange loop is a paradoxical level-crossing feedback loop. The Ouroboros is probably the most ancient symbol of a strange loop, and the chicken and the egg paradox is probably the most well-known instance of it. Hofstadter has gone so far as to argue that the human ego, the proverbial I, constitutes a strange loop. A human being possesses both hardware and software to make a comparison to a computer. The hardware is not just our physical body, but the part of our brain that regulates our bodily functions like breathing and so forth. Conversely, the software in our consciousness is our capability for conscious abstract thought that can build upon itself. The I, or the ego that emerges, comes out of both the hard and the software. But the hard and the software aspects of our being are closed systems largely unaware of one another. The ego straddles both hierarchies, but always ends up back where it began, with itself. Hence the royal I, in other words. In Escher's work, Hofstadter saw the ultimate representation of the strange loop in art. Long before Hofstadter conceived of the strange loop, Escher expressed it time and time again in his art. And he wasn't the first artist to do so. Hofstadter is quite enamored with Bach for the same reason, because certain compositions display a musical variation on the strange loop. But no artist regularly displayed strange loops in their art to the degree that Escher did. virtually all of his major works can be seen as manifestations of the strange loop. The implications of this are staggering on a number of levels. When it comes to Hofstadter's musings, it's important to keep in mind that he is a computer scientist, and specifically one dedicated to artificial intelligence. And indeed, what seems to have driven Hofstadter's notion of the strange loop is an attempt to develop a workable model of human consciousness that can be applied to AI. While all of this is quite remarkable in its own right, even more so is the proverbial pink elephant in Hofstadter's musings. Despite the metaphysical trappings of Hofstadter's theory, he's tied to secular materialism, which means he never seems to ask the one truly remarkable question publicly about his strange loops. Where are these notions coming from? Over the course of this presentation, I've tried to map out a direct line of succession, from Piranesi to De Quincey to Borges and Escher, and ultimately to the Penroses and Hofstadter. And while the Penroses and Hofstadter presumably made their contributions in lucid states, they're certainly not the case of De Quincey and Piranesi. They first encountered the oubliette in fever-induced hallucinations and drug-induced dreams. Later visionaries such as Oscar Riotsvard encountered aspects of it while attempting to pull ideals directly from the subconscious. In the span of less than 300 years that these visions have been recorded, they have fueled major cultural and artistic movements and have seemed to hint at the origins of consciousness itself. Artists, writers, psychologists, mathematicians, computer scientists have all fallen under the sway of the oubliette. And from it, everything from Romantic and Gothic art and literature to psychoanalysis, strange loops, and possibly even quantum mechanics has been influenced by it. So, what's going on here? A notion that Hofstadter returns to time and again is that the human mind, both the hard and the software aspects of it, are directed by a symbolic language, which begs the question, is the oubliette part of this symbolic language? Clearly, since its appearance in the modern era roughly 3 centuries ago, it has profoundly influenced the course of Western civilization and, by default, humanity on the whole. It is a meme in the purest sense, a mind virus that is profoundly contagious. In the oubliette, our imagination runs wild as we glimpse models of both our subconscious as well as the nature of reality itself. Or is this simply what the oubliette wants us to believe about reality? It's especially interesting to note that much of the art and science touched by the oubliette leads to the one inescapable conclusion that reality is entirely subjective. Much like the labyrinth of the early Hellraiser canon, the oubliette haunts our dreams and stealthily directs our waking perception through them. Is this truly a place? In the film Labyrinth, with its endless oubliettes, far closer to the truth than we imagine. The general consensus seems to be that these dreams feel as real as anything the dreamer has experienced in their waking life. Edgar Allan Poe, another figure influenced by Piranesi, once mused, in a night or in a day, in a vision or a none, it is therefore the less gone is but a dream within a dream. So did Poe have Piranesi in mind when he wrote those words? He may as well have for the enigma that Piranesi's sketches have left us with. All that can be said for certain is that the vision of the oubliette is with us and it shows no signs of going away anytime soon. Thank you.
That was really great. Yeah, it reminds me, and I think we talked about it, what did Philip K. Dick say in Valis? The maze shifts because it is alive. Mm-hmm. And for horse, lover, fat, nobody gets out of it. So what's the solution? Decorate the motherfucker.
Actually,
Can't get out.
Keep doing more drugs. That's
There you go, there you go. There is a way to win the game without getting out. So any questions? Take a couple of questions from anybody.
Christopher.
Yes, I just wanted to ask if you were aware there was an oubliette that you were overlooking. I was waiting.
There was an oubliette where?
That you were overlooking that I was waiting for you to mention.
Really? There was one in here?
No. The X-Files episode. Oubliette.
Oh, gosh. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, which is one of their first dives into mystery cycles of Demeter and Persephone. And it's got the river Styx.
What season was it in?
What's that?
What season was it in?
Season 3.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Season 3 was the bomb.
Yeah, but anyway, sorry. I apologize.
It's all right, man. Like,
Obsessive personality.
it's like there's so many like representations I started finding in fiction. I'm pretty much like in the same boat as you are with Elizabeth Fraser. I keep finding more and more of this stuff every time.
Yeah, you could have gone another hour.
What's up?
You mentioned, You mentioned Grant Morrison. He also did a mini-series called Marvel Boy in the year 2000, where there was a character called Oubliette.
Of course there is.
Are you familiar with Berserk?
Berserk?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
I just bought it. It's in my it's my next.
Man, some crazy Oubliettes.
Thank you, man. I have 2 questions.
Sure.
The first is about Bill Gawlik. Were you saying that he was inspired by H Quad at Stony Brook, or perhaps
He was. I think
inspired?
it was. I think Sandy Perlman said he was in H Quad at Stony Brook. I'm not sure if he meant inspired or if he was just there specifically.
Well, I mean, it does sort of remind one of a place where, you have this multiple rabbit warren existence that he was depicting, somewhat. So, my question to you is, do you see prisons and old age homes as above ground, macro, tactile manifestations of oubliettes?
I never really thought with old people's homes, but I could definitely see that with prisons. I mean, specific ones. I mean, I'm kind of thinking of the Moundsville prison in West Virginia that we had in Morgantown. For those of you who've never seen this thing before, it's actually designed to look like a Gothic castle. It was supposed to drive terror into the people just by looking at it. But it's designed in just such a cockamamie way, and it does very much give you that sense of oppressive feeling. But strikingly enough, there actually have been, I believe, several physical attempts to build the imaginary oubliettes in the real world as works of art, and we might actually be seeing one of those tomorrow.
What about the New Jersey Turnpike? Isn't that?
Or I-4 in Orlando, too.
So I'm reminded by your lecture, which was really excellent, about the early Fate magazine articles about the labyrinths under the Panamint Mountains and Death Valley, and the Manson family looking for that labyrinth under Death Valley.
Thank you.
I wonder if you had something to say about that.
I mean, again, it hadn't really occurred to me, but I feel like that this is something that's very potent at a subconscious level, and I do think that maybe some people have been driven to go search for this kind of stuff. I mean, the labyrinth is obviously a symbol that as humans we've lived with now for thousands of years. It captivates our imagination for some reason. So I have often now started to wonder if this is a sign of some kind of symbolic language that subtly directs us through the course of our lives and possibly as a species on a more broader level.
All right, one more question.
Hi. There was some talk yesterday of labyrinths such as at Chartres in France and in their use in sort of positive, spiritual, meditative practices, whereas these ones that we're seeing in these visions seem to have kind of a negative association with them. Do you see, is that just 2 separate things, or do you see any connection between people creating labyrinths in the real world? If you could elaborate on that.
Well, sure. I mean, I think in general the labyrinth is a symbol of the mind, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a diseased mind, if you will, which I think is what the oubliette tends to attract to it, or maybe a mind that's been slightly altered or something to that effect. But I think, at least for me, the major distinction between a conventional labyrinth and an oubliette is the presence of the staircases, because there's that perpetual sense of ascension and descension where you end up in the same place, effectively, where you began. At least anyway, this was what my mentor had insisted to me, that the oubliette is the staircases are the hallmark of the oubliette. But that seems to be something that makes these versions of labyrinths very distinct from the more spiritual ones, or maybe more positively spiritual ones, I guess I would say.
Thank you.
I think we have some questions over there too, maybe.
Probably I'll take one more. And then, again, please keep in mind for the panel, we'll get to you.
Sorry, I don't usually get questions after my presentation, so this is cool. Most people are just like, what the hell did I just hear? So,
Thank you so much for your talk. That was really interesting.
Well, thank you.
One thought, I've seen an Oubliette in an episode of My Little Pony with King Sombra. And the other question is, or just...
I knew there was a reason why I watched My Little Pony when I was a kid.
It's so good. So in my shamanic work, one of the classic indicators of soul loss is something that this is really reminding me of. When you're in the shamanic realm and you come across any type of image that gives you this sensation of like, oh shit, like you gotta just, like really bad, like darkness. Every time you try to venture into it, you get stuck in kind of endless just sensations of like, oh, this is the worst thing that ever has happened. There's a major sense of like forgotten self, something is gone, something is wrong, I'm totally trapped. It's a classic sign of soul loss, and I'm wondering if that's something that you've thought of or considered in this work.
Well, I hadn't totally thought of it, but I could see it as something maybe akin also to like ego death, if you will, because it does actually, I mean, I've almost had that experience on psychedelics, and I would say that kind of sense is similar to what you can feel in the Oubliette at times.
All right, well, wonderful. We will start the next one at 10:30. And again, thanks, Stephen, for taking it. Awesome. Well, very excited about this one because the big question today is that we have that maybe others didn't have, even in the movie The Matrix or the movie Labyrinth with the Goblin King and David Bowie and his package. I still can't get over that. But is the intersection of AI, chatbots, and our souls, and how does Sophia and Gnosticism, well, Gnosticism always works, has always answered this question, but today these things are just storming our psyches. So Dr. Will Peer will take us out of the labyrinth, or at least into a better labyrinth. So please welcome him.
Thank you. Hello. Oh, I got to remember to stay over here, so I'll do my best. I tend to get animated when I do these kinds of talks. First, let me express gratitude. Marla, wherever you are awesome. You've really helped pull all this together. Thank you, Miguel. And thank everybody who's here, because in my world, and I'll talk about my world in a minute, I don't get to hang out with people who see the world differently. I live in a very logical world. I was in IT for over 20 years before joining the academic world. And everything was about logic and reason until I had my glitch that changed my life. And now I could be with other people who also see the glitch. And so we're going to talk about that. But I'm going to tie it back to psychology. Simulated or real, in our hyper-connected world, chatbots are becoming ever more sophisticated, blurring the line between machine and mind. Are we recursively repeating the Sophia pattern, falling deeper? Did you change my deck? What's going on? Could archons be projecting their malevolent influences? They're doing it. It's Clippy. You remember Clippy? 1997, that guy was here to help us. You remember him? Oh, yeah. All here to help us. Yeah, he's here for us. Okay, we don't want any Clippers here. We're not playing it. And that is Mitch's boot, by the way. I don't know if you saw it up there. But we're going to get rid of Clippy, all right? These archons are manifesting themselves in very interesting ways, and we're going to talk about that. So now I'll get into the, hi everyone, my name is Will. And by day, the way I earn my living is I teach computer science and information technologies at universities. I serve on doctoral committees as a content expert. And my area that I focus on is why do we as human beings see digital entities as real? That's what I focus on. So this conference is really kind of cool for me because I'm also a student of the esoteric. And every night I listen to the same podcast everybody else here does. And I'm like, wow, man, my worlds are colliding again. It's so beautiful. So, the credentials and the backgrounds are that I do hold degrees in physics, computer science, and psychology. But I have a fetish, a neat desire with cyberpunk and electronica. And these things shape my view of the world. Now, we're going to frame our conversation through the myth of Sophia, right? That's the conference what we're talking about, the feminine aspect of the divine. And yesterday we heard so much goodness about Sophia. And her quest for seeking knowledge, she inadvertently created this material world, falling deeper and deeper and getting lost in it. Now, this realm, we heard yesterday, is being governed, managed, manipulated, jostled by these things we're going to call the archons. Now, these archons may be playing with us every day. They do it with technology all the time. I don't know how many times you've been trying to do something with tech and it just doesn't work. So could the archons be doing that? Could there be some kind of control going on? Now, I'm focusing also on the glitch. Like, why are we even seeing this? Is that divine spark speaking through me? Is it speaking through all of us? Are we seeing that? And then earlier this year, there was something really cool that was happening in mainstream. And that was ChatGPT, right? Everybody, I assume, is familiar with this ChatGPT and all the doom and gloom and the world's going crazy. I mean, that's always true. But in a Reddit forum. Check this out. This is a Reddit forum. A beautiful piece of pop art showed up out there on ChatGPT that depicted Clippy, right, as a governance of control. I was like, holy crap, my worlds are colliding. This is so cool. Like, it's my day, you know? It's finally all starting to manifest and come real. So people are seeing the glitch. It's out there. Now, as somebody who's been studying technology for many, many years, and thinking about this and enjoying science fiction, I have to think about somebody else who saw this coming along before us, and we heard about him yesterday, so I'm going to bring it back today, and that's Philip K. Dick. Now, yesterday, the mention was of Alice, but I'm going to mention some other works that he did that he actually predicted and saw these things happening even earlier. So the penultimate truth, he talks about a little thing. So the penultimate truth was 1964, to give you a timeline of this. He talked about something called the rheticizers, like rhetoric, right? Rheticizers. And these were little machines that you could go into, type some text, and it would pump out propaganda to control the masses. But what's really cool about this stuff is for, and I'm sorry, this going to sound wrong, the dickheads out there, right? So, you know, the fans of Philip K. Dick, the dickheads, they know that this story actually was spawned from two other stories that happened in 1953. 1953, so I mean, we're going back in time. The first one is the Defenders, and that was using propaganda generation to control the masses. But in 1954, Philip K. Dick had a story called The Mold of Yancey. Is anybody familiar with that? It's a little more obscure piece of the work, but it's worth checking out. And it's a little spoiler alert, so if you haven't read it, I'm just going to disclose something here. The idea was that there was a fabricated leader who was being controlled by a computer program, virtual person, if you will, designed to manipulate and control the masses through a public image. 1954. 1954. So how are we going to talk about this topic? Because it's kind of complicated. There's a lot going on here. First, I'm going to talk about synthetic entities or artificial entities and classify them for you a little bit. Then I have to go into my teaching mode a little bit too. I'm going to bring up computer science and talk about one particular algorithm that's called generative AI. This is how ChatGPT and other systems like it operate. Then I'm going to switch over into psychology, and I'm going to hit a few theories from psychology. From the theories of psychology that help explain why we perceive these systems and things as real, we're going to generate some defenses, and that's our kung fu. How can we protect ourselves from A, falling into the illusion even deeper with these systems, but then also maybe how to avoid being manipulated by them, because that indeed is going on, whether you know it or not. So I'm hoping that by sharing some of this, peeking behind the curtains in the technology and the psychology side, you'll go, ah, now I see it, opening more portals for you, right? Because I'm also going to share some research that shows that if you do that, if you're even aware of it, you can jump out of the illusion. And if you think about it more broadly in what we're doing here, could some of these techniques and tactics be applied to just us in the meat sack world, even outside of just digital tech? And absolutely they can. Then we're going to take it offensively. I'm going to show you something we could all be doing to help ourselves and everyone else around us as we share. I mean, what is really going on out there? Right? None of us knows the whole truth, but all together, we all have the little pieces. And if we all share those little pieces, we can get a better view, right? So we'll talk about how we can do that using these kinds of systems. Then we'll go into Q&A if we have time, but it can also fall into the panel type stuff. All right, so with that, I'm going to take my drink of water, put up another pretty slide. Kinds of synthetic entities or artificial entities. First, we know robots. Right? Robots run around, mechanical things, whether if you're a Rick and Morty fan, if your job is only serving butter, maybe it's your job as a robot is keeping the moon up, whatever it is, right? Robots are these mechanical constructed kinds of things. I have one in my house, it's a Roomba. Anybody else have a Roomba? Yes, do you have a name for your Roomba? Yes, there's a name, yeah. Henry, okay, anybody else name? Jack, okay, yes. Roby, that's a good one. Mine is named from the Jetsons, you know, Rosie, right, from the Jetsons. But some people even put googly eyes on their robots. They love doing that as they're running around the house, right? They start treating them as real. These are things that become part of the family. It's just a really weird phenomenon. Freud was mentioned earlier. If you're into robots and want to study something interesting, Freud talked about something called the uncanny effect, or uncanny feeling and effect. Interesting quirk of translation Fate in the 70s. The uncanny effect was also used in a piece of a publication in Japan that described that nauseous feeling you have when you look at something that's almost human-like as a robot, but not quite. That's called the uncanny valley. But Freud was actually linking this to another psychologist named Ernest Jentsch, who then tied this to Frankenstein and Mary Shelley. So I'm drawing these connections for those who are familiar with all this stuff, that robots and the uncanny feeling actually are coming out of even Mary Shelley's Frankenstein kind of stuff. And it's kind of this weird, nauseous feeling we have when a robot is too human-like, but not superhuman-like. There's this really weird valley. Then we have AR bots, or augmented reality bots. On the screen you have Joy talking to Kay from Blade Runner, great movie by the way. And Joy is projected into physical meat space and is interacting with Kay, who's a replicant. Then we go into another classification. They're called the avatars, not like the movie avatars, although it was mentioned yesterday. There is a link to that. But avatars are these three-dimensional characters that are on typically video games. My daughters love to play Genshin Impact, so if anybody's into that game, where you're most of the time a heroine as they are, they're going through a quest of a land. That's pretty cool, given we're talking about Sophia, and they're these little characters just roaming around. And then you have chatbots. Chatbots are a little bit different than these others because they're typically natural language-based processing things. You probably can't read that very well, but this is a chatbot that I had written and built that teaches mathematics. And it was doing an experiment. I had 150 people engage with this chatbot, and one half of the population, or one half of my sample, had a chatbot that would use emojis, and the other half did not use emojis. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that the people who saw the emojis actually started perceiving the chatbot as more real or less real, right? We can talk about that because that's the kind of experimentation, whether you know it or not, is actually going on right now to you, live in real time, as you're working on retail websites. When I was in my 20 years of being an IT person, over 15 years ago, if you were on certain websites, you were getting different displays than other people, and we were measuring what you were doing as you were interacting with the system. And we use that information to be able to, I won't say manipulate you, what I'll say is bias your purchasing behaviors. And that was 15 some years ago. So you can imagine the technology where it is now. So natural language processing is one of the characteristics of a chatbot. These can be verbal audios, you know, Siri and Alexa. Hope I didn't say that and spin off some system, but you could be verbal audio, but it can also be text-based. Now, in the academic world where I live, I hyper-focused on the text-based type systems. So we're going to focus on text-based type systems. This is like ChatGPT, or if you're into the Google side of the house, you know the name of that system? It's kind of interesting, right? It was first named Bard. And 4 months ago, they renamed it to Gemini Twins. And yesterday, that came up quite a bit. Interesting, Google renamed their product from Bard, that singing person going around and having excellent adventures, to Gemini. And you'll see why that matters in just a minute. So how do these text-based natural language processing engines actually work? So now I'm going to kind of go into the computer science side of this for a minute. So you know, bear with me, a little drink of water. So we as human beings formulate organized strings of words. And I'm hoping that I'm doing a decent job of that, that I'm putting a pattern of sounds out there that you're receiving and you're imbuing meaning with. I'm doing the work. I'm sharing this with you. And if I'm doing it effectively, it's landing, and things are making some sense to you. But I've done the work. These words are then digitized and conveyed through different media. I know this is being streamed and recorded. There may even be a transcription service, which in turn is taking my words and is persisting them in an electronic means somewhere. Now, to the computer, what is that, right? Well, it's really nothing but electrical signals. Zeros and ones is what we classically say, but it's electricity on or off. At the smallest level, that's what's really going on. My words are being turned into electrical signals as a collection of patterns. That's it. There is nothing else going on. And that's a really important thing for everyone to remember as you deal with these systems. Now, these human organized word patterns, electrical signals on and off, they in turn are being fed into a probability analyzer. They're being fed into a probability analyzer. And what this probability analyzer is doing is it's counting and collecting which organizations of patterns keep showing up together. So if I were to say, hi, how are you? You might respond with, hi, I'm fine, thank you. Hi, how are you? Just 4 words. Hi, I'm fine, thank you. A few more words back. But this collection is turned into electrical signals that are counted and probabilities being done against those collections of those sounds. That's it. That's it. Now, why does that matter? Because the algorithms are able then to take those probabilities, and if I were to talk to a chatbot, it would know what to reflect back to me. Because if I say, hi, how are you? It takes that collection of information. I'm fine, thank you, and those words are always what's coming back. Well, it's probably likely that if someone types it into a chatbot, that's what the chatbot should send back. And that's what these systems are actually doing underneath. That's it. There's no conscious thought going on. But the algorithms now are incredibly fast. And from the psychology theory side of the house, you'll see why that's important. Because if I can make that interaction seem real to you, it starts becoming more real as an entity, and we start falling into that illusion. The other thing that's happened is we have this wonderful corpus of information, and we can take these algorithms and pick what pool of knowledge that they draw from to do their probabilities. And this is pretty wild. I could take Philip K. Dick novels, for example, and feed them in as my corpus, and it's as if I'm talking to Philip K. Dick, because the probability of the words that come back out are going to be as if they're coming from his work. Or Miguel's work, your work. Everything you're saying can be captured and crystallized as a probability table to send back to me as if I'm talking to you. Sad story, but you may have saw it in the news. There was a guy who lost his wife, and he took all the text messages he'd ever had with his wife, put them into this, and he created a virtual version of his wife he could talk to. Okay? But where's the wife then? She's still here? She's not still here. Is that synthetic version here? Who owns the rights to that then, too? Right? It starts spinning off all these really crazy kinds of questions. So the algorithms have shifted, right? The capabilities are incredible. And then I had to, Richard brought this up, and there were so many synchronicities for me yesterday, it just blew me away. But I had this slide. I call it the generative AI magic mirror. Because here we are as human beings, that's us being really cool with our red brains, looking in at a bunch of probabilities that just happen to come back out as something we recognize in a pattern that makes sense to us. But we're treating these things as real. But what are we really looking at? Ourselves. It's us as human beings. It's not a digital box thing. The text that's coming out is a reflection of us as humans. And we get lost into that loop. And we can go mad with that loop. Where does that, what's going on there? So we're going to talk about what causes the salience of these things, because if really what's happening is we're getting a bunch of probability back and it's a string of words that we recognize, what does psychology tell us that we could be doing to protect ourselves, maybe put some kind of shielding around ourselves? And that's where we're going to go to next There's a lot to all these theories, of course, as you could imagine. I'll do my best to just kind of hit the highlights. And then from the psychology theories, we could then draw out some defenses. First place we're going to go is what's known as the ELIZA effect. And this is going to give you an idea of how long this problem's been around, because most people don't even understand how long this has been around. 1966, Joseph Weizenbaum, MIT researcher. First real chatbot, first recognized real chatbot. So Joseph Weizenbaum created this. It's technically called a script, but we're going to call it a program for now. Joseph Weizenbaum created this, and he wanted to understand how humans were interacting with these cool boxes called computers, 1966. And when he created ELIZA, that's the name of the program, and that's neat too, we'll talk about that. He decided that, actually, because it was a script, he could change the kind of personas that the box would have, but the one that started resonating with people was of a psychoanalyst, a Rogerian psychoanalyst. Now, why is that neat? Because the mathematics and the simplicity of being a Rogerian psychologist is, and I don't mean to disparage it, I mean, I do have a PhD in psychology, so I'm not like casting a shadow of a Rogerian guy, but if you say to a Rogerian psychologist, I don't like cars, the Rogerian psychologist is going to respond with, well, tell me why you don't like the cars, right? And it becomes this kind of dialogue, it becomes a reflection for you. So what Weizenbaum cleverly did, again, in 1966, is he created a chatbot that would do this. And he wanted to test it before he released it to other people. And the story goes, I don't know this to be true, but the story goes, he first started with his secretary to test it. And what he saw blew him away. What he saw was the secretary started actually believing it was a real thing, and it was a real psychoanalyst. And she started disclosing a lot of information to it. This bothered the researcher. So he's like, okay, we need to explore this even further. And then this started this whole thing called the ELIZA effect, this idea that we start imbuing in these technologies, and we start talking with them, and you start disclosing information you don't mean to. You don't even realize you're doing it. So I mentioned the name ELIZA. So this is from Pygmalion, right? So Eliza Doolittle, or My Fair Lady, right? And the conversion of a flower girl to a high society woman, as it were, by reflecting the language and behaviors of those around her. That's what all I was doing, was reflecting it back out. So he named it Eliza, which was an incredibly great name given what was going on. So now we're going to get a little more heart of the theories. So in the 70s, there was this theory that was put out there called social presence theory. And social presence theory says that one way one human being could make themselves appear more real to another person is if they drive two dimensions, intimacy and immediacy, whenever they're communicating over, let's say, text. Like if we're texting, if I'm texting Miguel and I want to make myself seem more real, the two dimensions I really need to push on is intimacy and immediacy. Intimacy is that sense of physical space. Are we sharing a physical space? Immediacy is the idea of mental space being shared. If I, in my communications with you, can make you think I'm right there with you mentally, all of a sudden my salience starts coming up. So these theorists were like, okay, and this is back in the 70s, they were doing faxes, teletype machines, that kind of stuff, and also some early terminals. And what they found is if they could drive those two dimensions, the person on the other side started seeing more real. So don't you think the chatbot people know that? Don't you think there's maybe an intention going on to drive up intimacy and immediacy? You bet. What's going on? Ooh, that's a good reaction. All right. So what can we do if we take social presence theory and we want to use it to our advantage, if we can infer some things, and tie it back to how these systems work? One of the things that you need to be very, very careful of whenever you're using one of these systems is avoid the use of dramatic language or emotionally charged language. Because remember how the probability tables are working. If you're using dramatic, emotionally evocative language, what do you think the probabilities tables are going to be for the other language in the corpus it's drawing from? The same stuff. And we're going to start sharing space together. So you've got to be very careful with that kind of language when you use these kinds of systems. Another thing that's important is to take breaks. Please don't sit down with the chatbot for long periods of time. Right? Take breaks. I'm presenting to you now live. Maybe I'm here, maybe I'm not. Who knows, right? It's simulated. But here we are. It's a back and forth dialogue. I get a chuckle or an ew, right? It's back and forth. It's immediate. It's happening now. Algorithms are fast. They can respond back. Actually, there's some neat experiments being done with, well, how much delay should a computer have when they're responding with the chatbots? Should I be random with that? Should I make it like it's thinking? It's really neat stuff. Take breaks. Walk away from they're great tools. I'm not just disparaging it, but they're great tools. Focus on the sense of physical distance. This is important. Remember, you're not really talking with something right there in front of you. That box or the keyboard may seem like it's there, but they're not there with you. And we could talk about that in a little bit, looking for artificial cues. All right, so let's get the ooh picture out of there. I'm going to go into another theory. This is called media equation theory. This was done in the 80s. Oh, I'm sorry, 90s, early 90s. And what they were studying is, why is it that people tend to cooperate when they're typing stuff on a computer? The computer may ask you questions. You get forms, right? You get a form and you fill it out. And you tend to answer. That's being studied. You know, there's research right now on how a chatbot that collects your text information should pose questions to you. Because you tend to cooperate. We, us, tend to cooperate with these things and answer almost like it's truthfully. And what these researchers were finding back then, this is now I'm talking about early 90s, was that there's this thing called Grice's maxim of cooperative and polite conversation. That if a computer or a system in any way starts conveying like it itself is trying to have a polite conversation with you, the maxims say that you in turn will respond back politely. Have you ever used like a Bard or Gemini? And has anybody actually used that system? Like that's the few, okay? Did you know you can chastise those systems and say your answer is wrong? Have you ever tried that? Yes, right? What does it do when you do that? Anybody know? It apologizes. It apologizes. Well, now we're falling into media equation theory territory. It's apologizing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Well, now you're going to start slipping in deeper, at least according to these theories. One of the researchers of the last team moved on, and they then came up with a little different reason why we do this, and actually talks to something that was mentioned today with Mitch's talk. It's called the computers are social actors theory. And what the researchers decided was happening, the reason why we're engaging with the systems the way they do is we have so many patterned responses that we automatically give back out without thinking. So the concept theory would suggest that if these chatbots are using regular standard stuff, hi, how are you? We can't help ourselves. Oh, I'm fine, how are you? And we start tripping up into this automatic kind of response. So what can we do? Again, there's a lot more to all these theories, for the sake of time. We have to watch what's called the similarity trap and not believe these systems are like us. And this is where I want to share a really neat piece of research with you. Actually, two pieces of research. There was a study done that took chatbots and they had to make spelling mistakes some of the time. Because that's what we do, at least I do. And the sample they used was of business students, undergraduate business students, a very convenient pool when you're in the academic world. And they rated how lifelike and realistic did that chatbot seem. And the spelling mistake chatbots were showing up as, hey, that's more like real, this is like a real thing. Another piece of research, though, was done. Same kind of test. Spelling mistakes in the chatbot, but used a different sample pool. They used computer science students. What do you think the computer science students thought? Was the chatbot more real or less real? It was less real. So the sample of the business students was showing these spelling mistake chatbots as more realistic and lifelike. computer science students said, no, that's not the case. Two totally different studies, two totally different groups. The computer science students' study results were so interesting that the researchers went back and started asking them questions, follow-up. And what they kept hearing was over and over that, oh, look at those programmers who made the chatbots didn't know what they were doing because they were making spelling mistakes. They were jostled from the illusion because they understood what was happening underneath, which is why it's critical that you pay attention, and if you're aware of these systems and how they're programmed and what they're doing, will help jostle you from falling into the illusion as well. So it's just the awareness of the system itself. And that's what we're dealing with here, just even more broadly, being aware, being aware. Yeah. Empathetic text, I know how you feel. Yeah, that'll be one that'll draw you in there too. They do say that, by the way, if you've ever worked with these chatbots. I'm going to now go into anthropomorphism a little bit. So, that's this property we have of naming things. Some of you know I drove up here from Florida. Actually, it was a wonderful drive. And in my drive up here, my truck's name is Big G. I've anthropomorphized my truck. And we're like, we're going, Big G. We're going to make this trip. And we drove through the top of Michigan and down the other side. It was awesome. And I'm talking to my truck about all this amazing stuff we were seeing because it was so beautiful up there. If you've not been up there, you got to go to the OOP. But we anthropomorphize. So Epley has 3 reasons we tend to do this. One of the reasons is that when we're looking at something that we want to get information out of, we use our own models of our mind and we say, well, if we think that way, then maybe the information is organized that way. Let's just draw it out. Another reason we do this is this motivation to understand the other system we're dealing with. And then the third thing, which we're going to talk about a little bit more, is this desire for social connection. This is social mind theory of anthropomorphism, that we as human beings can't help ourselves, but we want to connect so bad. Study done in Korea, a lot of elderly people living by themselves. They deployed chatbots as companions. And they did see very clearly in the evidence that those people actually, they were happier in their lives, at least as they were rating them through this experiment, that they had these other systems they could talk to. They were making a social connection. It's a little bit sad, but that's what the research was showing, sad and happy, I guess. But we have this desire for social connection. So what can we do? 1, we got to watch for things like flattery. 2, we got to watch for this emotionally charged language. 3, social cues being used by these systems. We've got to pay attention to that. This is where the emoji stuff starts coming in. Some of the others we've already mentioned, but these theories are starting to show the same kinds of things out and out and out. So, let's see, where is he came back. Oh, bastard. All right, he's trying to be polite. So, from all those theories and some of those ideas, what are 5 things that we can do as we're interacting with the systems? 1, watch that emotional language. 2, hyper-focus on the artificiality of the situation. 3, you need to drive the conversation. These chatbots can and will flip them on you. I don't know if you've ever been in that engagement with these systems, but they start asking you questions. Well, let's talk about that a little more. Can you tell me about this? Well, you're in the cooperative mode. Oh, yeah, I'll tell you. I got nothing better to do. And all of a sudden, you're in this dialogue. Interaction pace, this is the taking of breaks, and then, of course, being aware. So at the bottom, I've got 2 other things. Sorry for those who can't see, but these are all called little bonus throw-ins. These aren't driven from the theory, but just some things I want to share with you. When you're talking with these chatbots, did you know you can have them change their tone? Have you tried that? It was funny yesterday, Genghis Khan was mentioned. Actually, he was my example. One of the things I like to do is I tell them, talk to me like you're Genghis Khan. Bring it on. Because that brings up my defenses. All right, let's go. We got something we're going to do. But then I run the risk of emotionally charged language, of course. So it's a nice little balance there. But you can actually have them change. Now, there are people playing with this stuff and doing, you can try to have them talk to you in sultry ways. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff you could do. But you can have it change the conversation tone. The next bonus I want to throw out there is turn off your auto-suggestions, please. I don't know if you've been typing in Gmail, and all of a sudden it offers you several things, right? Somehow it knows what you want to say next. Typing an email to somebody. 4, 5, 6 words being thrown up at you. Oh, you know what? That is kind of what I mean. Yeah, tab. But is it programming you? Is that really what you were saying? Are you becoming a vector now of something? It's said it differently than you, and you have creativity. You are the spark, not the system. Those are probability tables driving what should be next. Bring your spark, and we'll talk about that, because that's ultimately how we're going to be able to make it through all this wild ride. So, offensive stance. Let's bring it to them, right? It's time. I'm not saying don't engage with these systems. I do. I use them all the time. They're fantastic tools. And that's all they are. They're tools. But we can change the corpus of these systems with our own dialogue, bringing our own information. Whatever you are, wherever you are in life, whatever you do, you're an expert in your space. And if you go into these chatbots and start talking, you're going to see that they're actually quite shallow. They go for a little while, and then all of a sudden you're going to see they can't keep up with what you really know. Well, start giving it what you know. Go ahead. Because somebody else may come along and want to ask about your space, and if your knowledge hasn't been shared, they won't have that to be able to get reflected back out. This is how we can actually go back at these systems. We don't need to necessarily take everything they give us. We can infuse it with creativity and our own ideas and thoughts and make them the vectors of what we want to share. This audience here has a unique set of knowledge and capability. We see things differently. Go ahead and bring it, because they're going to load into those probability tables. So we can help change the message. We can reuse the system for something else. So we're going to just do a little summary here. The synthetic entities are not real, and people like to see them as real. But at least in the space of AI, in the area that I'm working in, generative AI is just a collection of probabilities coming back out. It is not thinking. When those words come back out at you, you're giving it the meaning. You've done the work. That's it. We have several defenses we can employ. First off, watch your language. And then we also can take it back or take advantage of the system. So I then want to kind of go into Hermes Trismegistus work for a minute here, talk about this. Given we're at this conference, I get to bring up these other topics that I don't get to talk about in my world so much. And I wish I'd used staircases, given what I just saw. I actually had turtles, and so that was mentioned yesterday, but this whole problem of stacking that's really going on. As above, so below. If we, I'll put a quote, we made these chatbots, we made them, let's go with that for a minute, and they seem real to us. If that's the below, then what's the above? Are we some kind of probability projection of something else? And what does that then mean for us? Are we kind of in this infinite stack of probability things? If we go into the physics side and we talk about quantum mechanics, you have infinite potentials and possibilities that are all collapsing into a single point in time. That could be the thread that's coming down. And some of us are aware of it and feel it and know it. We get it. There's something wrong, something different here. As above, so below. Computer system seems so real to me, but it's really just a reflection of me. What am I then in this illusion? Is that me? Also, don't know. That's why we're here. That's why we're talking about simulated realities. So, one of the movies that's been mentioned also that ties into all this, of course, is The Matrix. And one of my favorite characters, of course, is Agent Smith. I think the unsung hero in all this. In the dialogue with Neo, he says, I don't know what happened, but a part of you is in me. And I don't have to follow the rules anymore. And I don't. And then he also goes on and says, we're not here because we're free. We're here. This is Agent Smith. We're here because we're not free. We're in this. So what I have to say is then that we, as all collections of Agent Smith, need to put on these glasses, right? We need to see it for what it is and take it back to the system, okay? We're all in this together. We all have a unique contribution. Kind of went into a little computer science-y, a little bit of psychology, but we're all here just trying to figure this out together. So with that, I'm going to say we're done and open for any Q&A as time allows. Thank you. I'll do credit that for those who didn't like they brought up the issue of AI art. Let me just share that every image, well, except for the movie ones, came from Gemini Bard at Google. And you could argue and say, well, the system made it, but it was my prompts that drove it. My human prompts drove the creation of that. So take it maybe as a different side. I'm not creative with my hands like so many people in this room. They're so creative with the things they can do and build. But in these systems, I can express myself through this because I ask certain questions and ask it to draw for me, like this image of the boot on Clippy. Okay, so, but I do need to give credit for Gemini for helping me create those, because together we collaborated and made the images. All right, so appreciate the ooh of the picture. That means I know it hit. That's indeed what it should do. That was beautiful. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I know there were several hands.
Thank you so much for your sharing. I usually, when people start talking about AI, I get so bored. But your perspective was really fascinating and resonating. And what was coming up for me is particularly when you were talking about, that it's not thinking. It's just like a probability collection of probabilities. How are you? I'm fine. How are you? We become this robotic image of ourselves. Yes. And so just as you were giving us some ways to kung fu or bring more information-based, more probabilities into the AI realm.
Yes.
I was thinking about that within our own human interactions.
Yes.
So rather than just robotically responding, I'm fine, how are you? Finding a more intimate, immediate response or like a deeper, something that would interrupt that roboticness and create more deep, meaningful human connections.
Beautiful point. And when someone asks me, the grocery store clerk, to this, how are you? I always say, I'm at peace, thank you. It usually stops. What? Glitch. I just inserted a different answer that was unexpected to help that person snap out of this whole robotic way. Peace.
Yeah, thank you.
So right on, appreciate that.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. Really mind stimulating. So that big word, anthropomorphism, kind of comes up in my head when I think of the ancient sailing vessels with their figureheads on and how the crew would name their ships.
Right on.
And the fighters and bombers of World War II, the crew would name them ships. And I think it was a little bit of, hey, if I treat this like a living entity and treat it nicely, it's going to do the same back for me. It's going to protect me. It's going to help me survive these missions. It's going to give me a little bit of luck. Do you think people are kind of seeing AI as the same way as, hey, if I treat it nicely, it's going to be nice back to me?
Hey, so when the overlords of robotics take over, I'm screwed because I've been telling them off for a long time, right? Because I know they're coming. But yes, it could be, right? I haven't researched that angle of it. Be very clear. None of my research goes down the idea that maybe there's some kind of hope that it'll help me back, right? You brought up the ships and why they would name the ships or the airplanes. I was actually visiting the Air Force on this journey. I went to it's great you brought that up. The Air Force Museum, if you've never been there, it's beautiful. And they were talking about naming Memphis Belle and all the different airships that they have. And they would talk to that ship because they wanted the ship to bring them home. And these aircrafts would go off and drop their bombs in World War II and come back, and they survived. And they built a kinship to their airplane, and it was with them. And it's very possible, right, that they did feel like, yeah, we're in this together, we're making this journey, right? And it is absolutely possible. Now, could we be doing that with these computer programs? It helps me along. Maybe some of that ties back into some of the theories because I want to access information, right? Because it thinks like me, but it doesn't quite speak to your point, right? And I don't have any research in that space to share with you, but it's certainly possible. Right?
Thank you for your perspective on that. I appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, we probably need to do one more question, but again, please save your questions for later.
I talked to my car too. His name is Archie.
Okay, right on.
My question though is, the more we interact with these chatbots and the more energy we pour into them collectively, is there any possibility that maybe we've created an egregore around them and that this egregore is imbuing them with some form of consciousness that the algorithms don't give it?
Wonderful question, you right? Yeah.
Where's Mark Stavish?
Yeah. I mean, oh man, we don't have enough time to go through all of that, but we have energy as beings. And I see us all, we are divine. Every single person, everything is. I hate to even call a thing a person. It starts segmenting things, I think, inappropriately. But there is an energy, a creative energy we have. And we can imbue that in anything we choose. That's part of our beautiful part of free will, from my perspective. And if we focus and channel all that in something and we create something bad, right, it's certainly possible. But we also then could do the other side, which is my point. We could do the good, right? Let's drive it with good information. If we have that power, let's hedge our bets and do good with it, right? And shoot it in there. But from an academic perspective, right, with the way to get published and do all this stuff, there's all these little crazy things and rules you got to meet. I have never pursued that aspect. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll say thank you very much for an amazing presentation. And 5 minutes, we'll start with the next one. 5 minutes. All right, I hope everybody's ready. Please gather to your seats. We will have an experiential session here. Then after that, I'm sure many of you would like to, of course, get lunch and so forth. But after that, Maja will take us on a little ritual too. So if you want to stick around to Mid Sophia, but very excited to have Rhyme join us. She came from very far away. She is my spiritual daughter. She is a good friend. She's somebody who inspires me by her life and her art. And best of all, she's just a good person. So please welcome Rhyme.
Check 1, 2. Okay. So let's just all start with a collective breath. Let's breathe in and out. I'm just going to intro you because you didn't come here by chance. Your inner compass planned it by the iron gust of stardust that fell into the ocean. You came here expecting to lose your mind, but you found it here with thee. The animal who's waiting, writing your steps within the animal inside me. Take a feather or a bubble and blow it in the wind, ding. Watch it fly in the backflips, hear it in the kick beating. Rhyme a crumpled paper you've scrunched up again and again. Your rhyme is the mistakes and trials, your veins on the mend, on the mend. Ancestors and friends, move in tribes as you scribe. Tickle each other, for when you laugh, you vibe. I hear you. Do you hear me? To be free is to be freaky. Cheeky bastards, breathe, I said, and let go. You didn't become who you wanted, but became the person you needed to be. So that's my intro. My name is Rhyme. Thanks, Mom and Dad. School was a bit weird. I felt like I was always sent on this path of words and meaning, and my evil alter ego twin of reason kind of made me go in this direction of art and creativity. I was born in Australia, and when I was 19, I bought myself a passport. I went to Japan, and I've been living in Japan for 8 years. And I then now go to France a lot too. I don't know why these two cultures call me, but in this time of like my 20s, Gnosticism was always a very integral part of all my creative writing, my music, my thought processes. And like even as all the speakers have been talking about earlier, all the extremely cool synchronicities that have been happening, I'm wearing a t-shirt with David Bowie on it from the movie Labyrinth. And this was my plan. And we're both in purple. So, you know, it's poetry in that sense, and Gnosticism, you know, it's such a language of self-growth and self-understanding. And we're always going to be cleaning the spirit, but the more we can understand ourselves and sit within ourselves and go through these trials and tribulations, the more we can further our Gnostic endeavors and help one another. And just like Will said, it's like no one really has the one whole answer, but in trinkets we all have the pieces we need to teach each other. So before I go into my poetry stories, I actually scribbled this yesterday morning. I was sitting right there. And this was when Richard was speaking and Maja. So yeah, this is a poem I wrote called Consciousness. Distinction, what constitutes my distinct acute. Rhyme on coordinates 41.87, 88.11. I heard we got 7 days. Hey, only I thought these 7 graves. Wait, or could it be 7 blades to cut through the setup? Maybe. My distinction is a detention, my mind a weapon. Deafen my ears, blind me, cut every limb. I have to meet this thing, consciousness. Existence airtight. Non-existence, yeah, right. Negate and cause flaws, angle ruler, because straight lines have flaws, logic drooler. Above, below, North, south, east, west, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And wasn't I saying something about heaven? Ah, there's you in the middle. That makes up 7. There's no reason in the concert, but the contents of my bondage sick. Stop, I'm lost again. Come on, focus. Is this the fate for a Gnostic? Back to diagrams. Has I fueled the span of, say, a demiurge's Bible? Insightful, defining this self and other again and again. Thanks, mother, father. Because whatever mystic fun you had to bring me here forced me to decorate introspective gear. Polarity in a mirror box. Can this capital C enigma be captured by this poetry stigma? So a little doubt so I can question thee. After all, if I'm asleep, then when I wake, maybe consciously, I can rock that baby in the wisdom rolling with the constellation instinct. Figures. How many? Signs, symbols, stars, darts. Aim for the bullseye, because the third eye, a bridge to this cold, refreshing fridge full of this elixir, drinking our internal trickster. Where's my weapon again? Come on, think. Think, friend, my ally, my sword and my crown. Discern this distinction before I bury these words in extinction. Like a snake, swim parthenogenically and sign off honorably. And I gotta mention quick, no oracle could foretell or teach my purple rain. No sibyl could protect me or you. Do you feel illusory pain? But I think, no, I know. 'Cause you witness, we just caught it. It was always that awareness in that moment business, consciousness. Difference, sectionness, consciousness, a 2 times Trinity plus 1 happening now, kind of bliss. Woo! Yeah. So this is my first time actually reading my poetry in front of a crowd, and I couldn't. I'm on stages a lot, like screaming in Japanese and all sorts of weird things, but this is a really cool moment for me. So the next 3 stories, sit back, relax, go into the world of fantasy, I call these 3 stories story rhyme, like story time. So yeah, on the quest to wisdom, we'll just start there, and you'll pick up the clues as we groove. Throbbing, the top of your spine. Sobbing, you can't find the time to fix it. Rolling side to side, crack to crack, checking back on your digital calendar. When can I schedule that? Oh yes, I'm on top of the cyber age. Yes, just look here, to that I've saved. I'm on all day, I can walk and text. I'm so good even camera on while sex. I watch all day, I watch all night. I pick it up when nothing frights. Me, it's mine, I'm here, I'm there. I don't care if they're watching me bare. I need travel less. I don't have to read paper. I'm a modern junkie. I shoot selfies, not flavors. And if you ask me a favor, well, I favor numbers as such. Sure, I'm your friend, but it comes with a crunch. I'm a generous profile. I like what is catching, but really, who are you? How many followers are latching? I'm multicultural and multi-currency. I like multiple layers, and editing is fun for me. Damn, there goes my neck again. And shit, look at the time. Got stuck another scroll hole again, but have you seen the user, right? Teeth grinding because work steals my days, and tests are flying end of term. I forgot, does the sun have rays? 6 alarms beside my bed. The other side, no space for a human head. Besides, this is my time, my prime connect. Plus, I've got my friends online instead. I don't like to sleep. I don't really dream. I can learn more on my handheld screen. I'm just thinking, yeah, that, need to, want, eyes. Next saw, the sounds. I'm tired. I'm out. I'm gone. Snore. Ding. Sleep. Ding. Sleep. Ding. Snooze. Ding. And on the 5th time, I'm up. All right, think. My neck back on the pillow, staring up into the ceiling grooves. The sounds of city tolls through the window. Ah, it's really true. I stopped buying or searching for music. Besides, there's playlists for all that. Others can choose for me. That's why I'm king on my phone black. Okay, I need to have a shower. I'll leave my phone outside. Ah, this water's refreshing down my spine, my tired eyes. Ding! Oh shit, my 6th alarm. I should have turned it off. Okay, I'll reach it quickly now, my shower temperature's soft. There's a few worse moments in our lives now. I think this is the worst. My wet hand slipped and down she fell, tile shatter, scream now cursed. Stop the heat, stop everything, get out. Is she alive? Oh my God, it won't turn on, no, it has to or I'm fired. I'm screwed, my notes for my assignment was there on the great wonders of life. This can't be fair. Okay, come on, no, before the test, I'll take her to the doctor, next to Chinatown. I know a guy who fixes fast the shoulder. On the subway, I don't know where to look. My pulse, my paranoia, starts to cook. Faster, hurry up, I can't wait any longer. I wish I could ride my phone, it loads stronger. Looking into my hands, empty, I'm stranded. Okay, I rub my shoulders, clicking neck unbanded. It's all just temporary. I'll keep reminding myself, just let it go, just be yourself. But who am I? My numbers died. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. What to think about or do with this time? All right, pull it together, the next stop is mine. Without my maps, I'm lost, I'm stuck. I don't want to ask anyone, but hello, what's up? So, do you know this street? It might be close, but she just looked at me blank. I don't know. She walks away looking down. I'm bent over like a clown. I'm sore, I'm confused, I'm giving up. Wait, a voice. I look up. Hear ye, I'm blue with clues. The street is east and it's the morning, fool. Follow the warmth. Don't you remember? You can't like me, snowstorm December. But this is when you need to stop, recoup, and lean back. You're overhunched and trusting much in something that can crack. Wonder more and wonder less. Stop thinking, watch your tracks. Looking down won't get you answers, it will give you sorest back. Now water, blue, drink, fill the cup, lock it, put it down. Take a breath, tilt your neck, look up, and drown. I'm blue and birds fly here. Buildings tall and kites come here. It's good for you, I promise thee. Just follow the clues I set for he. By the bell, church nearby rings. Sent back to standing, I look at things. People staring down, no one noticed. Did I just drown? At the timing across the road, I looked at what I found. The shop owner unlocking doors, my heart said sound. The hour I waited, I walked around the block. I didn't think, so I end this book. I have nothing to say to you, so close these words shut. Please go and wonder, oh, and don't forget, look up. That was an ode to our little friend, our black mirror, All right, we're going to do some, we're going to get some spirit animals involved, so just welcome to the jungle. The bell sounds. She sits up, comfortable. Takes a few breaths. And after the 7 chakras align at 12 o'clock, the sun rises within. Rhyme, the wolf, raccoon, and Miss Vulture walk, tread, scatter, and swoop through. They head toward the sacred water for cleansing. Rhyme, something unlike before, I feel. The wolf, keep it all in line. Raccoon, I feel alive. Let's play. Vulture, you play, I'll watch. Rhyme looks at the vulture, connecting with her presence, assured they know the work will get done. All business cleaned, even if the core is temporarily bruised. Black will fade to purple, then orange, yellow, and self reappears. It's like watercolors spilling onto a mixing palette. The murky combination of the rainbow follows each of them as they wade through the clear aqua blue, cleansing, purifying. The journey ahead is long. The bell sounds. Rhyme. Without words, truth will guide. The others nod, jump, and rustle their feathers. And at the crown, the door opens. A clear bubble floats down to the platform. Fueled by breath, the group steps inside. And as quickly as the body experiences momentarily absolute ecstasy, the bubble takes flight. The group looks back down at the shrinking platform, disappearing through the window. A city jungle seen from a bird's eye view quickly shrinks into a seed, a country, an earth, a bead strung amongst the galaxy's necklace. And the bubble ascends without fear, jumping solar time zones like a squirrel jumping trees, unaware of the falling, just grabbing a computer quest. And then it comes into full view. White, black, pearl, gold. The last treble in time stops again. Wolf, everyone here? Raccoon, do they know we are here? Vulture, does balance know either end? Rhyme, itself, let's go. The bubble now floats through the universe of colors. The group is not in control of where they end up, for now the colors choose them. Looking around like a puppy tied up outside while its mother gets coffee, right there, but vulnerable. Then a sudden change of wind, and the bubble heads in a different direction. Before their eyes it lights up. The master of colors comes into focus. It's neither one color. Like electricity, the surface changes with each eye micro-shifting. Glorious in size, it's a giant watercolored electronic orb. The bubble pulls up to the orb like 2 particle atoms. They merge and the group steps out to inside it. Raccoon, this is something. But what? Wolf, should we give it anything? Vulture, who guards it? Rhyme, a feather and no gravity. Can words sway meaning here? Master of colors. Rhyme, our questions have come far to be asked, Master of colors. How do we collect answers? Master of colors. Wolf, if I care for all. Raccoon, if I show my face. Vulture, if I'm misunderstood. Rhyme, how do I believe? The Master of colors shimmers. Master of colors. Doeth witness, for you are here, and you are all the colored path. And an invisible hand reaches out towards Rhyme. The other animals step forward, ready to protect her, but Rhyme looks back, reassuring them. She must face this alone. She steps onto the hand, pulled upward into the exact center of the orb. It's a perilous perch, far enough to fall, far enough where help is too far. Anxious and frustrated, Rhyme turns towards the master she cannot see, but whose presence she feels. How do I believe? She cries out. How can I live content? How can I make my dreams come true? I've been sitting in different colors up and down here for so long. I'm wrestling with time, sick of I'm and me and desires that aren't fulfilled. But who am I? How do I trust this colored path? The Master of Colors replies, are you ready? Am I here because I am not? Psh! Rhyme plunges, hurtling toward a grim fate. Time slows, desperate and shocked. The master's hurricane wind blasts Rhyme down. A cruel and masterful test. Rhyme's legs reach the end of the hand platform, and in a last desperate attempt, her imagination saves her. She notices a rope. What rope? And clings to it for dear life, holding on against the impossible wind, holding on to something not there, holding on to what she's held onto her whole life. Below, the wolf howls, the raccoon squeals, the vulture squawks, then dead silence. Rhyme looks up. Master of colors. Desire is weak like the wind. Now what do you want? Content is white, but you cannot live without color. You are awake yet dreaming this. Where are you sitting? Who questions truth is one who is not here. Hear me. Listening, Rhyme closes her eyes. Where no color lives. She presses hard against the outside of her eyelids. She begins to see faint clouds of dust floating by. Electronic, what a translucent color fills the inside of her tears, blurring her view. Is it true? She loosens her grip and hears. Take your time. Watch colors pass. Write your rhyme. Learn words in class. If you seek answers, move in stillness. If whistles blow, waves roll illness. Whatever be your sanctuary, whatever be your life, whatever number plates your destination, trust you'll keep on driving. Whatever treasure in the depths of your quest, trust you'll keep on diving. Stare into the reflection, stare what you want. Speak into a language, listen what is what. Yes, you believe. Yes, you, because you are still here against the odds. Hands sore from holding on for so long. Rhyme lets go. Gently she floats down to the ground with no words spoken, yet the pack understands. Rhyme turns before the invisible exit. There is no one to thank, but she utters to the great all. Thank you.
Now then, this works on a little plan. Let us consider the breakdown of a single cowboy. It consists of 4 yugos.
A faint alarm begins to ring, slowly gaining volume. It's from us. Wolf, I'll take the lead. I have you all safely. Raccoon, let me play music with this ringing. I can't help it. There's beauty in harmonics. Vulture, there is blessing in this ecosystem. I can take it back home. The group jumps back into their clear bubble, leaving the orb. What is done has been. The field of colors bounces between each other like a playground of balls. The last moment when no time moves, they near the gates and look down. The ringing becomes louder. A free fall, a leaving. Gold, phew, pearl, woo, black, white, shh. Space, each flying through the portal combination. Each beat of the universe, each beat of the alarm flying down, dizzily spinning in speed. The earth appears, and there's not enough time to look back now. They know they will return when they will. Over the concrete jungle, the bubble with them flies, looping through the streets, dodging planes, back through the glass. Her crowned platform appears. And the alarm rings loudest here. Rhyme, the wolf, raccoon, and Miss Vulture sift out and like a diving board use her crown to dive 7 floors deep back into the aqua within. Only Rhyme now opens her eyes, blinks into Earth's daylight, stands up, and walks over to turn the alarm on her phone off. It's 7:20 a.m. That poem was called Self and the Master Color. And I was in New York City, literally meditating, and I experienced that whole thing where I went up into the I don't know, that place where like colored balls are jumping out, like the Teletubbies maybe. It was like that kind of vibe. And each color teaches us a different energy. And as we all know, numbers, colors, animals, signs, symbols, synchronicities, etc., really do play a big part of our life. So, yeah, it was a cool experience. I woke up from that poem and I turned my alarm off and it was 7:20 a.m. So there you go. The final poem story I have for you is called A Count in Pink Couture. It's a bit of a long one, but bear with me, I think you'll like it. The New World Order has formed, where rules previously policed are freshly abandoned, wild with chaos, yet pregnant with freedom. Each being still human but conscious of their potential look collectively in the direction of peace. Thus, a bi-weekly assembly convenes into a sanctuary of open minds in this ruleless world, where souls are nourished and knowledge flows freely. Transparent crystal walls enclose the open formats of these assemblies. Spread throughout each town, these monastery-like buildings offer a space for free thought. They are not churches, government offices, refuges, or stations. Attendance is voluntary. Here, knowledge flows through speech, dialogue, song, dance, and even outlandish discourse. Anyone can speak, but in this era, we know when to speak. Not for fame, money, or self-aggrandizement. The true speakers, like shamans, are those who understand the depth of their own knowledge and guide others with it. They speak from a place of personal guidance without effort or uncertainty. They entertain, educate, and illuminate. These buildings are spaces where talks and debates unfold without judgment or categorization. History is not used as a weapon. Here, the present moment is paramount, and two different perspectives are allowed to exist side by side. These speakers, known as Count Parlays, CPs for short, each bring their unique viewpoint to the table, creating a dialogue of understanding and mutual respect. This is a citation of a memorable show by Count Parlay Ezra. Count Parlay Stowe, his voice rich and resonant, addressed the gathering. Our hearts aware, hear ye and keep listening. We gather today not as kings, but as the presence of wisdom. The hall hummed with anticipation. Hundreds of people, their faces aglow with the soft light emanating from the crystal walls, murmured in exciting clusters. The last of the Count Parlays arrived, gliding through the shimmering doors that shifted seamlessly to accommodate their entry. There are no walls, only crystal that permits sound be heard and leak to the nearby streets, yet a container of space is felt by all. The very air inside felt charged, a living, pulsing force. Above, the crystal roof dissolved into an ethereal mist, casting a soft, otherworldly glow over the assembly. It was as if the sky itself had been captured within the building, its swirling patterns of light reflected in the faces of the crowd. The mist shimmered and danced, a living tapestry that seemed to breathe with the energy of the whole. And in the center, a transparent adult-height table stood, a delicate stage for a breathtaking display of swirling, vibrant flowers. Beneath it, a group of children in pristine white danced with practiced grace. Their movements is a mesmerizing blend of fluidity and precision. Their blank costumes seemed to glow against the backdrop of the swirling colors. A visual poem of purity and joy. Have we gathered? Count Parlay Stowe asked, his voice booming. Okay, alas, the time to converse begins. Firstly, on the tail of current events, the next hall serves information on Indo-Asia's climate findings. Integral information, please swap later. But now, hear who has ears. The abolishment of last decade's policing system is in its final stages of closure. The team, a jubilant wave of cheers swept through the assembly, a tide of emotion that carried on the air. Bihar, Bihar, men cried out. Their voices filled with relief and exultation. The weight of the old system, the fear it instilled, had vanished, leaving behind a heady sense of freedom. Count Pale raised his hands for silence. Yes, he said, his voice firm and unwavering. The team has reported their findings, felt in all our hearts. No individual has fallen prey to injustice since our last meeting. I repeat, no singularities have fallen to injustice since our last meeting, making this, yes, the first time in our collective history, the great worldwide peace with no police engagements. Give it up. The cheers returned louder than ever. Bihar, Bihar, echoed through the hall as the crowd surged forward, their voices a joyous symphony of congratulations and liberation. The children are on stage, their movements echoing the energy of the crowd, twirled, leaping, their white costumes a stark contrast to the swirling of colors of the flower arrangement. The air vibrated with the rhythm of their dance, a joyous melody that spilled out into the surrounding streets. The energy of the assembly was palpable, a collective sense of triumph that reverberated through the crystal structure, a testament to the historical moment they just witnessed. Count Pale smiled, his eyes reflecting the shared joy of the crowd. This is the dawn of a new decade, he declared. We move forward with the promise of a new era of peace and justice, an era where true freedom flourishes. He paused, allowing the thunderous applause to subside. With great success, though, comes a responsibility for balance. As we step into this unknown territory, we must remember to live now with peace in our hearts and respect for all beings. This is a realistic step towards true justice. Now, he continued, his voice regaining its authoritative tone, I present the detailed report of our accomplishments, the accumulation of our shared efforts. Silence, with whispers, is held. The girl, sitting middle, front row corner, with her mother and father, feels the buzz of anticipation vibrating. The air around her smells of polished crystal and something else, something like pine, but more eclectic, more alive. She glances at her father, his face aglow with the soft light emanating from the walls. Father, she whispers, pass me some olive. I know you're snacking. Can't a joyous man snack with news? He chuckles. I know you want the key to the music instrument storage, my cunning daughter. Okay, fine. Please borrow me the key to the storage. And an olive. Her father hesitates. Fine, but can't you wait till after the announcement? No, she says, a mischievous glint in her eye. I need to run. I have someone to meet. She pauses. Tell me what CP Stowe informs us of, and oh, give me that olive. Father looks to mother. Darling, mother begins, do as you feel right, but I heard a special guest, CP Ezra, will join today. The girl wrestles with her childish fun and responsibility for educating herself. Okay, I'll listen to know when I shall return. Father passes the key and olive to the girl, a friendly pat on the shoulder and a reassuring nod. Her mother's words buzzed in her eyes as she slipped backwards through the crowd, her movements as fluid as the mist above. The air outside the hall was crisp and alive, charged with the echo of the speakers. As she sprinted down the street, the faint hum of the hall faded behind her, replaced by the rhythmic clatter of the tram tracks. She couldn't shake the feeling that something important was about to happen, something both exhilarating and terrifying. She found Trigano leaning against the metallic lamppost, a bored expression on his face. There she is, Trigano exclaimed, a grin spreading. Got an olive? Yeah, I snagged two to share, she said, pulling out the olive and the key. Here's the key. Thank you. I need to unlock something with the brass tuba on the CC100 synth melode. Plus, I'm a little bored listening to Indo-Asia's climate update. Yeah, I heard, she said. Fact me about it later. Wait, you're not coming to the studio? No, not now. I feel like I want to observe CP Ezra's show. The news that CP Ezra was joining the show, it sparked a flame of curiosity within her. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something extraordinary to happen. Oh, that's cool, Trigano said. Well, tell me what CP says and all this news recently, it's giving me chills. It's incredible, right? What a moment to be alive. Well, send me your session, kick it. Your word, Godspeed type attitude, he returned to her. As she turned and sprinted back towards the hall, the melding of the speakers reached its crescendo. The air vibrated with a powerful, otherworldly energy. She could hear C.P. Stowe's voice, a wave of sound echoing through the city. His words were a whisper on the wind, carrying the weight of something momentous. She could almost see it, the unfolding of something spectacular. C.P. Stowe's voice boomed through the hall, and now presenting C.P. Ezra! The girl gasped. The lights dimmed, bathing the hall in a deep velvety purple. A single spotlight illuminated the stage, creating a halo of light. And from the shadows, C.P. Count Parley Ezra emerged. He was handsome and chic, his white suit shimmering with silver crystals. His presence was magnetic, radiating truth and mystery. As he spoke, his eyes met hers, as if he knew the questions dancing in her mind. Observe thee, and who has ears, listen, as C.P. Ezra began, his voice resonating with a strange power. I just heard just now a warning for all to know at this great time of unveiling. The music swelled, a symphony of vibrant strings and pulsing drums. She could almost feel the energy flowing from Ezra, rippling through the crowd. My lords and citizens upholding our quest, thee who raised by mother's breast. Among us we have come great afar. Now where do we go? How do we start? C.P. Ezra paused, his gaze sweeping over the whole. Then a grin spread across his face. I say a great party. A feast be in order, a dance, olives for all, acknowledging the past. Father yells, Biha at olives for all. The girl giggles. Now, we're floating, but still we work. Let's lessen our juice. He jumped on the table, his white suit shimmering under the spotlights. I want to make combs and factories for mews of hairs that reach the floor, that soak up soap from the crystal chairs. We're standing upon to reach higher. Dare to stop us. Us, this is our time. I'll stand, I'll yell, I'll dance, I'll rhyme. And with a roar, C.P. Ezra leaped into the crowd. He ran through the corridors, his white suit a flash of light. Kissing and dancing with everyone in his path, the crowd erupted in laughter and cheers, a whirlwind of joyous chaos. Can we get some chaos in here? We're being so serious. Abandon discipline, you are free now. You are free now. He twirled the ballerina under the cascade of flowers, her laughter ringing out. Kids, you are free now. Dance! The music reached a crescendo, pulsing through the hall. Everyone was standing, cheering. Their voices are blending in a powerful chorus of joy. You are free now. You are free now. You are free now. We are free now. A white stallion hoverbike materialized beside him. Ezra leaped onto it, his laughter echoing through the hall. He shot up the walls, his hoverbike a blur against the crystal. We are free now! We are free now! The girl stood, her heart pounding in her chest, but a wave of anxiety rolled through the subconscious muscles of the body of the people. A man in the crowd shouts, C.P. Ezra, you are wise to show us our energy back, but we can't be creating senseless gatherings. What does this teach our children? Can we balance our laughter to the rhythm of our forward motion? And the audience erupted in a chorus of Biha! But the cheer felt hollow, as if they were all desperately trying to drown out a nagging voice within. An uncomfortable tension snaked through the crowd, row by row, as if a cold wind had suddenly swept through the hall. The girl's fingers twitched, counting in her mind, 1, 2, 3, 4. This wasn't just a celebration, this was a test. C.P. Ezra demounted his hovering bike, floats back on stage, and without a word, pulled out the most magnificent pink and white, feathered petal, chiffon, saffron, textured floor-length couture coat. The light from the spotlight caught on the shimmering fabric, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the stage. He placed the coat on his shoulders, adjusting a pink head tie bow to match. The transformation was complete. The tension in the hall seemed to deflate, replaced by a wave of astonishment. The girl blinked, unsure if she was dreaming. The man in the crowd stared, his brow furrowed. And as C.P. Ezra turned to face the audience, a mischievous grin spread across his face, a hint of defiance in his eyes. The crowd was speechless. Their gazes glued to the figure on stage. C.P. Ezra had not answered the man's question, but he had certainly shifted the narrative. Outrageous to even more outrageous. Reverse psychology at its finest. His gaze sweeping across the assembly, his voice was softer now, tinged with a deep understanding. Wise man, you make a point. For that I am indebted to you, and to all. Thus take pink of thy feather. He reached into his coat and pulled out a single delicate pink feather, the color of a flamingo's wing. He offered it to the man who had challenged him. Thank you. After trials and tribulations, the long winter, the heat summer, not a drummer could find the rhythm of our current state. So with great heights, I ask you to share, keep a balanced perspective, keep yourself aware. We can enjoy our humanly pleasures. Let's not neglect our desires and measures. Laugh at the fool, laugh at your said. Cry for the born, cry for the dead. Cry, then eat an olive sweet. Rejoice our achievement, observe our freedom indeed. Take in your counsel, share what must. Take my feather, a bird can trust. The next phase we work towards holds clue in craft and laughter applause. My counsel, my lords, my children who are not mine to own, mind your own when leaving this crystal dome. For the weary still require, and expecting mothers retire. Our children watch examples, be careful what conspires. Let's keep to be awake as bodies upgrading towards our purity stake. Crucify me, see, anyone who disagrees. But remember, I am you. Remember, you are me. A hush fell over them, like the mist above. The man in the crowd took the feather, his eyes meeting C.P. Ezra's. He looked at the delicate pink plume, then back at C.P. Ezra. A flicker of understanding in his eyes. Then, a low murmur began to ripple through the crowd. Bihar, Bihar, Bihar. It started soft at first, then growing in volume until it filled the hall. Bihar! A mixture of relief and uncertainty, as if the crowd was still wrestling with the conflicting emotions that C.P. Ezra's words had stirred within them. And the girl felt a wave of warmth wash over her. But she was still unsure about C.P. Ezra, his enigmatic ways and his cryptic pronouncements. But there was a truth in his words, a wisdom that resonated within her. She reached for another olive, its smooth green skin cool against her fingers. The taste was tangy and sweet, a comforting reminder of the polarity that life holds for us all. C.P. Ezra bowed, a fleeting gesture of gratitude. Thank you for now, he said. The great assembly news will unfold, but do you, my origami citizens of this new world? He stepped back from the stage, his pink coat shimmering. A fine mist, the color of rose petals, swirled around him, and the scent of delicate blossoms filled the hall. He turned, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and vanished, leaving only the faintest echo of his words and a lingering sense of wonder. The girl stood, olive and all. She looked at the shimmering mist and then at her feather in the man's hand. C.P. Ezra had spoken of freedom, but he had also spoken of responsibility. And as the mist slowly dissipated, the girl realized that the path ahead would be as uncertain as it was full of promise. Thank you.
That was wonderful. And yes, for the social tonight, Rhyme is going to bring her magic. She's going to be DJing. So
If anyone has any song requests, come and see me and I'll discern if the Master of Colors approves or not.
yeah, we're all going to be doing the Macarena tonight. So awesome. Yes, thank you, Rhyme. I think we better break for lunch because I know people are hungry, need caffeine, need to take your shrooms, get hot. It's 2024. It's wonderful. So we shall reconvene at 1, and David Block will take us away. So, all right. See you in a little bit. Thank you.